in a weather delay. The rain hasn't started to fall yet, but it will here in just a few moments, we're told. So the game will not begin at 7:05 tonight between the Rays and Indians. There you have a look at the clouds that are coming into downtown, although we do expect the rain that will be coming in a few minutes to eventually move on, but it'll be a little while here. So the Rays and Indians will not get started on time. Cleveland 22-11. Best record in the American League. Tampa Bay 20-14. Now in a virtual tie with the New York Yankees for first place in the American League East. The Rays, the hottest team on the road. They've won 8 straight. The Indians have won 13 in a row here at Progressive Field. And we expect to get this one started. We hope to get this one started sometime within the next hour. But for now, we're in a weather delay. Stay tuned, though, to STO for updates. And right now, this week's edition of Indians Minor League Magazine. saw two of the top pitching staffs in the American League. They come home to face another great staff, the Tampa Bay Rays. Will the Tribe continue their home cooking with their 14th straight win here at Progressive Field? Find out next on Sports Time Ohio. It's a warm spring night in downtown Cleveland as the Indians return home from a 6-game West Coast road trip where they were 3-3 to play at the place they've won 13 straight games, Progressive Field. Good evening and welcome into the broadcast. Along with Rick Manning, I'm Al Pulowski. And Rick, when you take a look at this Indians team this year here at home on this streak, there has been some great finishes, some great memories already.
It has been a great year to this point. You go back and you can't forget this squeeze play where they beat Boston 1-0. Then Grady Sizemore hitting his first home run back against the Baltimore Orioles. And then who can forget about Friday night, Carlos Santana setting the stage against the Detroit Tigers. They go on to sweep. They have loved playing in this ballpark. 24 homers at home, out homering the opposition 24-9. They've pitched great. They've hit great. It's been one nice place to be.
Yeah, the offense has been good. So has the pitching. And tonight's pitching matchup is brought to you by the all-new Chrysler 200. Let's take a look at it now for the Rays. Northeast Ohio product, Kent State product, Andy Sonnenstein, who makes his first start of the year against Josh Tomlin, who's been phenomenal.
Well, Andy Sonnenstein, yeah, he's filling in for a guy that's on the disabled list. In his career, 3-3 against the Tribe. Josh Tomlin this year off to a terrific start, 4-1. He is undefeated here at home. And when you look at Josh Tomlin, this is a guy that uses 4 parts of the strike zone. He changes speed very well. The only thing you can say, if anything negative about Josh Tomlin, he gives up home runs, 7 of them. But 6 of them have been solo shots, so you don't worry about that. He's been terrific, and I'll tell you what, he's been one of the biggest surprises for me.
He sure has. We'll see what he does tonight against Andy Sonnenstein and the Rays, who come into Cleveland on an 8-game road winning streak. Should be a good one. The starting lineups in first pitch between Cleveland and Tampa Bay coming up next. We're just about set to get underway for baseball tonight. Still about 4 or 5 minutes away after the rain delay. We're told 8:40 is the approximate first pitch start time between the Indians and Tampa Bay. Along with Rick Manning, I'm Al Pulowski. Thanks for joining us here tonight as the fans once again take their seats here at the ballpark and get set for this one. For Tampa Bay, they're the best road team in baseball right now. In fact, they're on an 8-game winning streak away from home. Cleveland has won 13 in a row here at Progressive Field. So, Rick, you take these two teams and best on the road, best at home. Something's got to give here.
Well, it certainly does. Tampa came out of nowhere after losing their first 6 games, and they average over 6 runs on the road. It's amazing. 3 at home, 6 on the road. For whatever reason, they have the best road record. Cleveland, the best at home. They hit the long ball at over 6 runs. Everything's gone very well for them here. So you know what? It has been fun. Tampa's won the last 2 road games here, but they had lost 18 consecutive prior to winning those last 2.
Yeah, when you take a look at the numbers, historically, Tampa Bay has been not good at all here. In fact, Cleveland has dominated them. And Andy Sonnenstein, who will start tonight for Tampa Bay on the mound, they've also been able to dominate him. And his ERA here at Progressive Field is up over 10. And Joe Madden, the 6th season as Rays manager, Rick, he's done a great job with this team, the first winning manager in their history.
Yeah, he has been terrific for the organization, and I'll tell you, they've really got something going on over there. They lost so many players in the offseason, and they still battled. They maintained. They got off to a slow start, and he has them right back up there next to the Yankees. As a matter of fact, they're in a dead heat with New York, 20-14 after going 0-6. So they've done a nice job. Their bullpen's ranked number 1, and they lost 5 guys out of that bullpen. They lost Carlos Pena at first base. They lost Carl Crawford to Boston. They've done a remarkable job to this point to really, keep it where it's at.
Yeah, they sure have. All right, for more on this home winning streak for the Tribe, let's go to Katie with them. Katie.
Well, Rick, these guys have been so successful here at home. 13 home game winning streak right now. And I spoke with Matt Laporta and Adam Everett in the clubhouse before this game, and I said, what is it about playing here at Progressive Field? What's the secret? They gave me the answers you would expect. We're back here with our families. We're sleeping in our own beds. We're back in our routine game day. But the one thing that they said that stuck out to me is mentally, when you're playing here at home, you're always going to have that last at bat. And guys, think back to the games versus Detroit. They won all 3 late in the game. So clearly the mental, knowing that they have that last at bat does help them out.
Thanks, Katie. Yeah, there's definite comfort zone here. There's no question.
You go to back to 1962, they won 4 consecutive last at-bat wins and 5 out of 6. So, I mean, when you get that opportunity, they have confidence late, and they're a team that has scored a lot in the 8th inning. And when you can do that, you score a lot in the 8th, and your bullpen comes out and slams the door, that's really a good recipe for a win.
It sure is. And the Indians' success here at home is translated into the standings as well, as we'll take a look at the AL Central. Entering play here tonight, Kansas City 4.5 back. Then Detroit, who's really come on of late, Rick. They've been very hot. Chicago struggling. So are the Minnesota Twins, who dropped an extra inning game to Boston last night.
Well, if the Indians continue to pitch the way they've been pitching, they will remain at the top of this division. They have been very good, and it's just been fun to watch. They're in every ball game, and if they can continue to do that, there's no reason to believe they won't.
Indians and Rays about a couple minutes away from first pitch. If you're just joining us, we have been in a rain delay until now. The umpires have gotten the lineup cards exchanged, and they're just about set to take the field here. It'll be Josh Tomlin on the hill for the Indians, Andy Sonnenstein for the Tampa Bay Rays as the Tribe takes the field. And let's get a look now at the starting lineup for Tampa Bay. And they'll lead it off tonight with Sam Fuld, who came over from the Chicago Cubs organization. Ben Zobrist in the 2-hole. You see he's on a 14-game hitting streak. Evan Longoria doing pretty well since he came back from the DL. Then Joyce, Upton, and Kochman make up the middle third, followed by Sean Rodriguez, Dan Johnson, the DH tonight. John Jaso is the catcher.
25-year-old Josh Tomlin on the mound, making his 7th start this year. Josh off to a terrific start, 4-1. Look at the opposing batting average, just 174, 23 strikeouts in 40 2/3 innings, only 25 hits and 8 walks. That doesn't even come up to the innings pitched. He's done a nice job. So Josh, the first time he has faced the Tampa Bay Rays. Take a look at the Home Depot defense. It's Brantley at left, Sizemore in center, Chu is in right. Hanahan at third, as Drubel at short, Orlando at second, Laporta is at first, Santana behind the plate. More savings, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Let's take a look at the umpires for the game tonight. Behind the plate is Dale Scott. Over at first base is Jerry Meals. John Tumpain is at second base, and Dan Iasanya is at third.
I have to say that I think we got tricked by radar today, to be honest with you, because we sat here for almost an hour and it didn't really rain, and when it did come, it wasn't too hard.
It was about, 8 minutes,
I know one
10
thing.
minutes
We used to play through it a lot heavier stuff than we saw today.
Back at Old Municipal Stadium. So Sam Fuld will step in as the leadoff batter tonight for the Rays. He'll be followed by Zobrist and Longoria against Josh Tomlin. He was gone at least 5 innings in every single one of his major league starts dating back to last year. The only Indians pitcher in history, the club to do that. He delivers strike 1 to Sam Fuld. 58 degrees first pitch. Now 1-1 to Fuld. Third baseman Jack Hanahan in a little bit, anticipating the bunt. Fuld has some speed. He has 10 stolen bases this year. It's that one high in the air, foul near the stands, and that one will make it out of play.
I know one thing, that Fuld came over from the Chicago Cubs. I did see him an awful lot on the highlights early, out in the outfield, making some great plays during the course of a few ball games. And he has played center, he has played right. He's in left field tonight.
He takes a pitch for a ball. 2-2 now. Well, he had his average up around 350. He's seen it drop to 248 now in the last 9 games. So he's hit a cold streak after being very hot at the plate to start the season. And he's the first strikeout victim tonight for Josh Tomlin. Let's take a look at the injury report for tonight's game. And Carlos Carrasco is slated to come off the disabled list tomorrow and get the start for the Tribe. Mitch Talbot still there. Trevor Crowe, Jared Gettert are on the 60-day DL. Jared Gettert has been sent to Akron for a rehab there. Jeff Neiman and J.P. Howell out for the Rays.
That's why Sonnenstein is starting tonight, because of Jeff Neiman.
Here's Ben Zobrist, who's on a 14-game hitting streak.
Boy, this guy had a doubleheader to not forget, to never forget. He had a string of, what do you have, 18 RBIs in a 4-game stretch.
Yeah, and in one day, I believe he had, what, 10 in the doubleheader?
10 against Minnesota. He certainly did.
A couple of weeks ago. 1-1 here. And he lifts that one foul and out of play. Josh Tomlin does to the first 2 batters here, Rick, what he's done all season, get ahead, and he's got such good control.
He's a strike-throwing machine. When you look at him, he averages just 13, just a hair under 14 pitches per inning, which is terrific. It's the 4th best in all of baseball.
Zobrist drives that one to right near the foul pole, and it is going to be a foul ball. Not by much.
He will give up home runs because location. He's not overpowering if he doesn't get it in, especially to some of the younger guys or some guys that have quick bats inside. This one he hooks it foul. But of his 7 home runs given up, 6 have been solo shots. That's why the amazing thing of Josh Tomlin, he only has 13 guys that he has pitched in scoring position, this being start number 7.
He's done a great job keeping runners off base. As Ben Zobrist is out number 2, Matt Laporta takes it to first unassisted. So 2 outs and nobody on for Evan Longoria, the Rays' third baseman.
You know, in Tomlin's last start, he gave up his first hit in the first inning this year, and it was a home run to David DeJesus. He gave up 2 hits in that ball game up until the 8th inning. They were both homers, and the Indians were getting beat 2-1 at the time. But that was his very first hit he gave up in the first inning this year.
And Longoria wants to get Tomlin stopped out of his rhythm here. He's thrown 10 pitches, already 7 of those for strikes. And it's ball 1 to Evan Longoria. He's made the All-Star team his first 3 years in the big leagues. He drives that one to left center, hit it well. And this one is off the wall. Longoria on his way to second base. He'll make it easily, and he's aboard with a double with 2 outs here in the first inning.
Well, Longoria coming back after an injury. He's been around for about 3 games. He's back swinging it well. Watched him play over the weekend in Baltimore. Hit a 3-run home run in that game, and they needed this bat back into the lineup. Such a good hitter.
Just his 4th double of the year because he spent that time on the DL. But Evan Longoria, since he's come back now, is tied for 5th in the AL in on-base percentage. And
yeah, only 27 at bats.
Yeah, he's showing what he can do and what a danger he provides. Matt Joyce, the cleanup batter tonight. He'll take strike 1 from Josh Tomlin.
Here's a surprise right here. 2nd in the league in batting average at .351.
Originally came up with the Detroit Tigers. They traded him for Edwin Jackson, Rick. And Jackson now is long gone from the Tigers, but Joyce is working out for the Rays.
Well, you're right, and you have to wait and make decisions on trades. You got to wait a while. Jackson did go over and help Detroit for a year, then ended up signing a free agent deal. Where'd he go to? Arizona. And now he's no longer in Arizona. He's in Chicago.
And he hits that one high in the air to left. Michael Brantley has plenty of room. And the Rays are retired here in the top of the first inning. We'll head to the bottom half. Indians coming to bat. First inning, and the Indians will get their first look at Rays pitcher Andy Sonnenstein making his first start of 2011. Let's take a look at the starting lineup, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Sizemore leads it off, then Cabrera, Chu, and Santana. Hafner hitting in the 5-hole, his .439 average. It's the second best home average in all of Major League Baseball. Then Orlando Cabrera, Michael Brantley, Matt Laporte is at first, Jack Hanahan at third.
Andy Sonnenstein making his first start this year in place of Jeff Neiman, who was put on the disabled list with some lower back problems. Has a history against the Indians. He is 3-3 in his career, but a high ERA. He has pitched a couple times out of that bullpen. Did go 5 1/3 innings April 10th against the White Sox. Barberton, Ohio native.
And he went to Wadsworth High School and then on to Kent State. Here's Grady Sizemore to lead it off for the Tribe. And he'll take strike one from Andy Sonnenstein, who was the starter at the beginning of his career, but since mid-September of 2009, he's only made 4 big league starts.
Well, you're looking at the Tampa Bay Rays that have developed some pretty good young starting arms. You know, but that's the one thing Joe Madden loves about this kid. He comes out there, he's ready every day, he prepares every day to play. And Joe says, hey, this kid, you never know. It doesn't matter if I ask him to pinch hit in a 12-inning game or something, because he's a pretty good hitter.
Yep.
You know, he's ready for anything the team needs.
Sizemore to deep right field. That one near the foul pole. It is gone. A home run. Way out of here. Grady Sizemore leads it off for the Tribe with the homer.
I mean, could it have waited maybe for another at-bat? Welcome home, Indians. They come home, they hit a home run. They're 36th on the year. They're 25th in this ballpark. Amazing.
And let's take a look now at a replay brought to you by Great Clips, Great Needs, Great Deeds, Great Clips.
And Grady wasted no time. He had a little body English waiting right there, but it stays inside the line, down the line, and the Indians will have an early lead.
22nd time in Grady Sizemore's career that he's led off with a home run. So the Indians on the board first, quickly here tonight. And Asdrubal Cabrera looks at ball one.
Look at, he knew it was going to be close. Please stay. Yes, it does.
And Cabrera hits that one down the line, and it is a foul ball. Just foul into that corner. The Indians' first Sizemore, now Cabrera getting some good swings here against Andy Sonnenstein early. Just foul by about a foot or two.
Well, I don't know how the wind changed, Al, since the weather came in and it's starting to blow in from right center field.
Yep.
But it looks like those balls are carrying down the line.
It seems
I don't know if it's
you're
swirling.
Right. Yeah, the flag's blown a little bit to the left center now. You're right. It was right center, so.
Well, we'll see. Well, that ball Grady hit, I don't know if it carried, but he hit it well.
1-2 here to us, dribble Cabrera. And he lines that one back up the middle. A single for Cabrera. He's aboard with nobody out here in the first inning.
Let's check out the Tampa Bay defense. They are rated #1 in the league. They've only made 14 errors. Fold in left, Upton in center, Joyce is in right. Longoria at third, Rodriguez at short, Zobrist at second, Kochman is at first, with Jaso behind the plate.
And Shin-Soo Choo to the plate. Choo was just 3 for 25 on the road trip to Oakland and to Anaheim. So he takes ball 1 from Sonnenstein, but he did have 3 hits in the last couple of games out there on Saturday and Sunday. However, he's just 1 of 9 against Sonnenstein in his career. Cabrera leads away at first. And Choo sends that one into left field for another base hit. 3 batters, 3 hits for the Tribe. Now they have runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the first inning for Carlos Santana.
Boy, what did Katie say about being home and being with their family and in their own beds? First 3 guys have stepped into the batter's box and laced hits. Choo going the other way. That's a good sign. He struggled on the trip and swung it better in the last 2 games coming back home, and a base hit to left field helps. So the Indians with 1 in, 2 on, and nobody out.
And Carlos Santana, who's been heating up. The last 6 games, he's batting .333. .218 on the year. As the Indians look to make it a big first inning against Andy Sonnenstein, who simply has never had success here at Progressive Field. You look at these numbers on the batter, too, Rick. Every batter in the Indians starting lineup, except for Cabrera, has a better batting average here at home than on the road. And normally you don't see that too often.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though. Tampa, we showed you their numbers. They average 6 runs on the road, so don't expect them to go away. Try and have that big inning and play from in front. They've had a lot of success doing that this year. Continue to do it and add on.
Now, Tampa's been a great road team, the best in baseball thus far. But the Indians the best home team. Santana grounds it to first. They'll go to second for 1. Back to first and a double play. And a nice turn by the Rays. Started by the first baseman over there, Casey Kochman.
Well, he's a solid defender at first base. Rodriguez turned it nicely at short. Sonnenstein got over to cover the bag, and they complete the double play, and that's just what Andy Sonnenstein needed. He needed an out, but he makes the good pitch, and he covers, and he gets 2 outs. He gets the bonus.
So that'll move Asdrubal Cabrera to third base, but now there are 2 outs here in the first inning. And Travis Hafner to the plate. Hafner has hit the ball well all season. Well, he's batting .300 away from home. It's .429 here at Progressive Field. Second best in the American League for home average. He'd like to deliver here. When he takes ball one, and Travis, Rick, is batting .524 this year with runners in scoring position. He's come through in big situations.
He's done a nice job, and I'll tell you what, he's battled in the count, and when he's down in the count, he's flipped base hits to left field. He's found a way to put a ball in play and get that guy in. It's a little tougher with 2 outs, but the Indians have been pretty good at that this year. You know, you get a clutch 2-out hit, and that takes a lot of pressure off an offense when one guy can get that 2-out base hit. You can see 2 outs, runners in scoring position, Hafner right at 500. So that's still very, very good.
Hitters count here. And strike one to Travis Hafner.
You know, I remember when we go back a few years when Pronk was back in his day when he was driving the ball, that it was Joe Madden that threw a 3-4 defense on him. He had 3 infielders, and he took the third baseman or shortstop and put him out in the outfield. And he had 4 outfielders down in Tampa for a game.
And
I've seen some of the weirdest defensive alignments for him.
Well, they just moved. It was pretty much straight up with the shortstop shading the middle. And now the shortstop, Sean Rodriguez, has moved to the right side of second base. So the shift is on here. As you can see, it wasn't on for the first 2 pitches. But it is here with the 3-1 count.
There you go. Patience.
And he walks Hafner.
You know, Pronk was, that's a good at-bat. I think that's why 2-0, he didn't swing at a pitch out. He wanted to get a look and see how he was going to pitch him when he's behind in the count. Patient enough, draws the walk.
So that puts runners at the corners for Orlando Cabrera, who's had a wealth of success in his career against Andy Sonnenstein, batting .462 against him. Indians with the run home on the Grady Sizemore homer to lead it off. Trying to add on here. The numbers on Orlando Cabrera, who's been a solid addition for the Tribe this season. And he pounds that one right back to the pitcher. So Sonnenstein will get out of it, allowing just 1 run on the Grady Sizemore homer. But the Indians have the lead as we head to the 2nd inning. Here at Progressive Field, Indians up 1-0 on the Grady Sizemore home run. It'll be B.J. Upton, Casey Kochman, and Sean Rodriguez at the plate for the Rays here in the 2nd inning against Josh Tomlin. And here in the booth, we welcome Indians GM Chris Antonetti. Chris, good to see you.
Good to see you.
How about this? We come back home. We hit 1 home run on the whole road trip. We come back home. Our first hitter goes deep here.
It's a good way to start.
That's a great one. 25 homers in this ballpark. It's been unbelievable.
2-1 count here to B.J. Upton. He checks the swing. They'll check at first base, and first base umpire Jerry Meals says he did not go. Chris, what's impressed you the most about this team thus far?
I think the consistency with which we've gotten contributions from all areas of the team. I think we've gotten our starting pitchers have done a great job of giving us a chance and have pitched deep in the games. Our bullpen's done a great job of closing out games when we've had those leads for the most part. And our offense continues to put up good at bats up and down the lineup. And our defense behind our pitchers have also played well. So I think the consistency has been the most encouraging part.
The defense has surprised me. Did we keep you up late on the West Coast?
There were a lot of late nights on the West Coast, but that's okay.
So. Oh, I know. It was a good trip.
It really was a good trip.
Every ball game, they had an opportunity to win every game, and that's actually all you can ask for when you take the lines every day.
Yeah, we could have easily been 5-1 on that trip, or 1-5, depending upon how the ball ball bounced. But no pun intended there with the way Anaheim went.
That foul tip is held on by Santana. Strikeout victim number 2 is B.J. Upton here in the second inning for Josh Tomlin. Out number 1, and that'll bring Casey Kochman to the plate.
They talk about this team, and how many times have you heard, hey, when's reality going to set in, or what's it going to take for this team, or when they're going to hit reality? If they continue to do what they're doing, they will remain this way the whole year.
We feel that way, and I think most importantly, the players feel that way. They believe in the talent in the clubhouse, and they believe that they're going to go out and win games, and that's been the expectation from the start of spring training, and it's something that carried forward to the beginning of the season. But they believe in themselves and have continued to play good baseball.
How about Josh Tomlin? As good as he was last year, even better this year. Did you expect this kind of consistency out of him so soon?
Josh is a really fun guy to watch pitch. He's so aggressive. He attacks the strike zone, mixes his pitch as well, really understands how to pitch. And he's a great competitor, a very good athlete, controls the running game well. So it's fun to see him every time he goes out there. And his consistency has been unbelievable.
He's fun to watch for me. He averages 14 pitches per inning. And, he pitches to 4 quadrants, up, north, south, east, and west. He doesn't just stay down and go in and out. The guy has been remarkable. Now, we've got Carrasco coming back tomorrow, starting that ball game.
This one hit foul near the dugout. Laporta to give it a look, but it's out of play.
Okay, Gomez goes back. We've got, let's see, who went to Arizona?
Talbot.
Mitch Talbot. I was thinking Tomlin, Talbot. Now, what happens with him and Alex White now when he gets ready? Because Alex has done a great job in his 2 starts.
It's a good problem to have. And I think
understand
we'll have a little bit of time. Mitch is going to need at least 1, if not 2 more rehab starts. And, we'll make that decision at that point. But it's a good problem to have too much pitching rather than not enough.
Is there ever too much pitching?
No. I can never think of a time, certainly not sitting in our chairs.
Kochman with that ball down the line. He'll make it to second base. And he has a double with 1 out here in the second inning for the Rays.
Did a nice job of staying on the baseball, going the other way.
Oh, Chris, you talk about that depth of pitching, and that's something that you wanted to do with Mark even a few years ago when you talked about making a blueprint for the future, getting as much pitching depth as you can, really more than anything else.
It was an important part for us, and I think the encouraging thing as we look at our depth organizationally is it's not just the guys at the major league level, but if you look at each affiliate, there are guys there that we feel have the ability to be major league starting pitching, and we know pitching's a game of attrition, so it's important not only to invest in just a couple of guys, but to make sure you have depth beyond that.
Yeah, it is a long year. I'm a little amazed the way the Rays have done it. As many pitchers as they lost. They lost 5 guys out of their bullpen, and Garza the starter. They lose quite a few players, and they started off slowly, and they battled back.
Sean Rodriguez hits that one very high to left center field. Sizemore will come over and make the catch. 2 outs.
Well, the Rays have a lot of talented players on their roster. They've got a great farm system. Their front office does a great job of bringing in extra pieces, and they know they're going to have some roster turnover. And their front office did a great job of filling all those guys' spots that left in the bullpen and brought in guys that have done equally as good a job.
That's pretty much what a mid-market team has to do, isn't it? You have to have something ready
at every level, almost every year, don't you?
You need to have the depth internally, and you need to be able to find guys externally that fit your needs. You're not going to be able to have the ability to go out and target specific guys. You're going to have to be flexible with how you build a team, and Tampa's continued to do that. But their success, a lot of their success has been because of the farm system and players that they've brought up from the minor leagues, and then they've looked to complement around it.
Dan Johnson, the DH tonight for the Rays. It's 2-0 to him. Chris, now that you're the general manager, obviously your duties change a little bit. What's the biggest challenge that you have this year?
Challenge with respect to my job particularly?
Correct, yeah.
I think you can't simulate having the final accountability and sitting in the chair of being the GM and making that final decision. But I've been fortunate from a practical standpoint and an experience standpoint that Mark was great about giving me those opportunities along the way, where there's really not an aspect of baseball operations that I don't have familiarity with, so I'm not really doing a lot of things for the first time. So that gives me some degree of comfort going through it. But again, simulating that sitting in the chair is not something you can do without doing it.
2-1 here to Dan Johnson. Hitting in the 8-hole for manager Joe Madden tonight. Now 3-1. And Chris, I always know you're looking to improving the team and the organization. Where do you see is the next thing you'd really like to work at here?
I think we'll take a little bit more time to evaluate that. Trade activity doesn't really pick up until after the draft. I think it's important to take the first couple of months of the season to really assess what you have. Try not to read too much into an early season start.
Johnson drives that one deep to center. Sizemore runs it down and makes the catch. Well, Johnson gave it a ride, but Sizemore caught up with it. Chris, thanks for stopping by.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
Indians GM Chris Antonetti stopping by. Grady Sizemore running this one down. Back with you here in downtown Cleveland as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. That is correct, the bottom half of the second, because we had a 95-minute rain delay, but we're playing ball here tonight, and the Indians have a 1-0 lead on the Grady Sizemore leadoff home run back in the first inning. Bottom third of the Tribe order here in the second. Michael Brantley, Matt Laporta, Jack Hanahan. One and one now to Michael Brantley. And Andy Sonnenstein did a nice job, Rick, getting out of that first inning.
He made the one pitch he had to make and got the double play ball, to get his first out, and he got the bonus to Carlos Santana. And realize that we mentioned it's his first start this year, and he knows that he struggled against this club before. And the leadoff guy comes up and hits a home run off you, and then the next two base hits, he did a nice job of minimizing the damage.
Yes, he did. In case you're wondering, we were told about an 85 to 90 pitch count is what they're looking at tonight for Sonnenstein. Spratley swings and misses, and he's the first strikeout victim tonight. So one away for the Indians here in the second inning. And new at STOHD.com is STO Auctions. Right now you can bid on a $15,000 vinyl siding project from the siding experts at Garfield 12323. Log on to STOHD.com and click on the STO Auction banner. Bidding ends Sunday at 9 p.m. Somebody's going to win that $15,000 vinyl siding project from the vinyl siding experts at Garfield 12323. Here's Matt Laporta. One out and nobody on in the second inning.
Sonnenstein, a guy not overpowering. He's a control guy, much like Josh Tomlin. He cuts it. He's going to throw the curveball. He's got to use both sides of the plate.
Laporta hits that one foul. And Rick, he had a red shirt his freshman year at Kent State because he wasn't considered strong enough to play D1. So obviously he got stronger, added a lot of strength after that first year, and you can see the difference it's made as he's made it to the major leagues.
Well, and the thing of it is, we've talked about it with Tomlin as well. When you get drafted and you're not a power guy and you don't throw above 92, 93 miles an hour, a lot of guys are going to pass you by because they throw so hard. But you learn how to pitch. These guys get there for a reason. Their control, the way they handle themselves, they had to do it their whole lives. So, guys like that, when they get to the big leagues, they have a tendency to stick more.
Laporta able to hold. No, he was not able to hold up. His first base umpire, Jerry Meals, went too far. And 2 strikeout victims in a row now. That'll bring Jack Hanahan to the plate.
There you go. Oh, no, he held it up. He got out there. I didn't think so. But you check. He goes around. Not much you can say. It's just a caution at bat as a hitter. You get a little upset there.
So Laporta, a strikeout victim. Jack Hanahan takes strike 1 from Andy Sonnenstein, who has settled in now after the first 3 batters got base hits. And Sonnenstein has done well since then. Up the middle. Moving over is the shortstop, Sean Rodriguez, to make the nice play. And the Indians are retired in order here in the second inning. We'll go to the third, still 1-0 Tribe. It'll be hitters 9, 1, and 2 in the Tampa order. John Jaso followed by Sam Fuld and Ben Zobrist here against Josh Tomlin. John Jaso has really been on fire of late. As he takes strike one from Tomlin, he's batting .391 in his last 8 games. That's why he's gotten the average up. The 5 games prior to that, he's only hitting .143.
Well, Tomlin 7 of 9 first pitch strikes, and no Tampa player has even swung at a first pitch.
And quickly, Jaso retired. 4-3 on the ground out. 1 out here in the third. Let's check in with Katie Witham. What's happening, Katie?
Well, you know what? We've got a packed crowd tonight. We want to make sure we have a packed crowd out here tomorrow because every Wednesday home Indians games supports local nonprofit charities. Tomorrow night we will be supporting the Center for Families and Children. A percentage of the ticket sales will go to that charity. So make sure you come out, support the tribe, support the charity. Log on to Indians.com to get your tickets tonight for tomorrow. Guys.
Katie, that sounds great. Good time for a good cause here tomorrow night. Carlos Carrasco coming off the disabled list. He'll get the start against David Price.
Yeah, the big boy, the big left-hander.
Sam Fuld takes a strike, 1-1. Yeah, David Price, that's a couple times that he's pitched. He's looked very good. Fuld checks his swing, but it's over anyhow. This is home plate umpire Dale Scott. 1-2 to the Rays leadoff batter, Sam Fuld, who struck out his first time up. Boy, Tomlin is working quickly tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is just that's how he works, man. He gets out there, he throws strikes, he works quickly. This is a different guy. He's a power guy that throws it in the mid-90s with a good slider, and Shields is right next to him. He'll pitch on Thursday, the day game. Nice pitch.
Yeah, just missed. It'll run the count full here to Sam Fuld.
You see where Carlos holding the glove, and it's just a little bit off of there.
Fuld fouls that one off into the seats.
You know, it's amazing what you could do when you can command the baseball. And I mean, it's never the same pitch twice. He'll sink it one time, he'll cut it, he'll throw the curveball. When he wants to throw his fastball, he'll throw it up in the zone and change the eye level of it. He really mixes his pitches well. You know, and you leave some in the middle of the plate, and that's when you trust your defense, like right there.
Yep, Sam Fuld nailed it, but right at Grady Sizemore for the second out here of inning number 3 for Tampa Bay. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Let's see what we have happening here tonight. 4 players in Rays history have driven in 100-plus runs in consecutive seasons. Name them. We'll have the answer for you coming up later on the broadcast as you have time to think about that. It's our AT&T trivia question. Now Ben Zobrist, who has retired 3 unassisted on the ground out to Laporta back in the first inning. There you go, Rick. First pitch strikes. There's another one.
Yeah, well, that's when you average 14 pitches per inning. You are throwing first pitch strikes all day long.
That ball is foul, so 0-2 now to Ben Zobrist.
I mean, he's not the kind of guy that can fall behind the count and try and, you know, throw a ball by anybody. He just doesn't work that way.
You know, Josh Tomlin has won at every level that he's pitched at, through the minor leagues and up to the majors here as well. The guy physically doesn't look imposing. He just wins.
Well, that's fine with me.
We'll take it.
I'll take him on my team any day of the week. Just put the W next to your name. Go out and, you know, he's really a good kid, a quiet kid, and just getting to know the big leagues. But he has been fun to watch since his time here. 8-1 in this ballpark since last year.
1-2 now to Zobrist. You know, the fact he's been able to go 5 innings in every single one of his major league starts, I mean, that is very impressive. There's Hall of Famers, obviously, that haven't done that.
Well, you figure you're going to have one hiccup along the way. He just hasn't had it because he's consistent. Right. You know, his job, he says, I want to give my team 6, 7 innings. And he's a guy that, you know, can do that. He has done that. And it surprises a lot of people because they don't know much about him and have never heard anything about him. He's never been written about.
Nice pitch.
Strike 3 on the outside corner at the knees. Zobrist in disagreement, but he's strikeout victim number 3 for Josh Tomlin tonight. We'll go to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Indians. Heading to the bottom of the third inning, like to remind you to stay tuned for later in the game to see what our Miller Taste Greatness moments will be. And Sizemore will start the third for the Tribe. He started the first inning with a home run, the 22nd leadoff home run of his career. And he looks at strike one here from Andy Sonnenstein. Got underway 95 minutes late due to weather. Temperature at first pitch was 58. Breeze is picked up here tonight. Let's take a look at yesterday's great clip of the game, brought to you by Great Clips from Sunday. Grady Sizemore going yard to deep center field. Relax, you're at Great Clips. Sends that one to left field. And coming in is Sam Full to make the catch. One out. And time now for tonight's minor league report, brought to you by Kia. How about Zach McAllister? Last night he went 7 innings right here on Sports Time Ohio. Struck out 8, only walked 1. Great numbers on Zach McAllister's last 4 starts. Have been very impressive, but he's 6-0 now with a 3 ERA. More starting pitching depth in the minors for the Tribe if needed. Zach McAllister off to a great start this year. So 1 out for Asdrubal Cabrera. He singled his first time up.
Yeah, Asdrubal now 3 for 7 against Sonnenstein. He's been pretty consistent with the bat this year as well. Every day out there at shortstop position makes every play, consistent play, and he mixes in a flashy one every now and then. He has been very solid. You could tell that arm, which he broke back in Tampa Bay last year, is feeling so much better.
And the 0-2 pitch is down low for 1-2.
I'll never forget that game in the dome where Johnny Peralta fell on him.
Now, it's great to see him recover, Rick. And if you look at contending teams, almost every one of them has a shortstop like Asdrubal Cabrera. Somebody that's consistent defensively, can put up the numbers offensively. Rarely do you see a team with a bad shortstop that is also a contender.
No, you've got to be solid up the middle. Second, short, center, catcher. You've got to be consistent if you're going to contend. I mean, the days, I think, of the offensive shortstop like we saw in the 90s and at the turn, that won't happen again, where shortstops are hitting 35 home runs and things like that. No, that will not happen. That's when A-Rod started. Came in the mid-90s with Seattle. Garciaparra, Ripken.
Cabrera retired, 3 unassisted there. 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. And let's go back to our STO update desk for the first time tonight and check in with Dave Chudowski. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Al, thanks a lot. Twins and Tigers, Francisco Liriano, no-hitter tonight. Here's Victor Martinez with a sharp hit up the middle to bring in a pair to make it 4-0. Johnny Peralta also with the homer in this. Right now they're in the 5th and a rain delay. It's 5-0 Tigers. Back to you.
Thanks, Dave. And boy, the Detroit Tigers, they just stay hot right now. As last week, they've really turned it on.
Well, they had to. They hit rock bottom. And, you know, they had some issues. They came in here, they were swept, and they turned it around.
2-0 now to Shin-Soo Choo, who singled his first time up to left field. Well, Detroit has Verlander and Scherzer at the top. When you've got 2 pitchers like that atop your rotation, that's a good start.
They get Victor Martinez back. He's been swinging a very good bat for them.
And of course, Miguel Cabrera, as always, mashing the baseball.
Yeah, Verlander, the no-hitter. Scherzer undefeated. Yeah, they've turned it around. They've got good pitching. They have to score runs, though.
And a 4-pitch walk to Shin-Soo Choo. Second walk of the night for Andy Sonnenstein, and that'll bring Carlos Santana to the plate. The runner on first and 2 outs here in the 3rd inning.
Well, no, I take that back because Hafner walked as well, but nobody has gotten a hit since the first 3 out of the gate. And he made that pitch right here to Carlos Santana to get the double play.
And that got the momentum going for Andy Sonnenstein in the right direction. First of a 3-game series here tonight with the Rays. Game 2 tomorrow night, 7:05. And then on Thursday, it's an afternoon special at 12:05. Hope to see you here at Progressive Field. That one will not be on STO.
No TV Thursday.
You can see it on MLB Network.
Oh, yeah, they're televising that game, huh?
And I'll pick it up. 1-0 to Santana. Infield shift is on. And now 2-0. So 6 straight balls here for Andy Sonnenstein.
Isn't that something, too? Now, this is the first time I've ever seen a shift like this for Santana on the 3 guys on the right side of the infield, including a shortstop.
And Rick, you see the center fielder is shifted too, but third baseman and left fielder straight away as a snap throw to first, not in time. Now, you talked about Joe Madden having these interesting sort of looks, and this is definitely an interesting one as there's a huge gap in left center field.
Yeah, well, obviously they say he's not going to go to left center field. They're going to pitch him, and he's going to try to pull everything that they go ahead. That goes along with their scouting reports, and they feel that's how he's going to hit into their defense.
There's a strike, 3-1 to Santana. Now, sometimes when you'd see the shift frequently with Travis Hafner, third baseman and left fielder would move over a little bit, giving him the left field line. But here they don't want to necessarily, the left fielder's off the line, but they don't want to necessarily give him that. It won't matter because Santana walks anyway. Second straight walk given up by Andy Sonnenstein. So now 2 aboard with 2 outs for Travis Hafner. And there'll be a visit to the mound here.
Give me a chance to send out some birthday wishes. Want to send along happy birthday to our partner, Matt Underwood, who's home. I don't know what he's doing, celebrating his birthday from the STO family and the Indians. Happy birthday, pal. We got Marguerite, who is turning 80 from Rossfield, Ohio. Peg Goucher of Parma is 99. Peg, happy birthday to you. Laura Fitz of Elyria, 32. Dawn Didion, 69. Sandra Shiplett, 75 from Louisville. We want to wish each and every one of you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to everyone. So now Hafner, who walked his first time up. Sonnenstein has walked 3 already, 2 here in this inning. And a strike 1 to Travis Hafner. Travis trying to deliver here with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
Well, he fell behind Travis the first at bat and ended up walking him before getting the final out of Cabrera in that first inning.
Now 1-1 to Hafner. Indians as a team are hitting .318 with runners in scoring position this year. That's second best in Major League Baseball, behind only Atlanta. Another big reason why the Tribe is off to this good start this year is they're getting the clutch hits when they need them. And now 2-1 to Hafner. And in the last 12 pitches for Andy Sonnenstein, 10 of those have been wide ones. Now the 2-1. 3-1 to Travis Hafner.
He's being a little too careful here to Hafner. He's nibbling around to these left-handed hitters. All started with Chu. Walked him on 4 straight, fell behind Santana, walked him, and now behind Hafner for the second straight time.
3-1 to Pronk. And he sends that one deep to right field towards the foul pole. It is a foul ball. Again, just missing. They've seen a couple of those balls flirt with that foul pole earlier tonight. And that one hooked at the last moment and goes foul.
Boy, oh boy, that was awfully close. Oh, flirting with disaster right there. 3-1 pitch, didn't miss by much.
Well, that looked like it was about a foot away.
Yeah, we sit behind. It's a little tougher for us to see, but I didn't know if that wind did anything to it or not. Not by much.
So now the count is full. The runners will get a head start. And Hafner fouls that one off. Sonnenstein had some trouble in the first inning, some trouble here again in the third. So far, though, the Indians only run on the Grady Sizemore homer back in the first inning. Runners will start again with the full count and 2 outs. Hafner hits that one high in the air to short left. Sam Fuld makes the catch. And once again, Andy Sonnenstein gets out of it here in the third inning. Tribe still leads it by a run as we head to the fourth. Of the order for Tampa Bay coming up here in the fourth inning. Evan Longoria, Matt Joyce, and B.J. Upton. Hitters 3, 4, and 5 for Tampa. Against Josh Tomlin, who's thrown 49 pitches. And 31 of those for strikes. Should look in from our Panini cam. High atop Progressive Field. Tomlin's had 5 counts, either 0-2 or 1-2 tonight.
Yeah, a rarity. See, after that first time up, Longoria hit that double off the wall. He gave him a little swinging room. He comes right back inside on this at-bat. He's making the adjustment. He's not going to try and let him extend the arms, or at least get him to think on the inside part of the plate.
Longoria pops that one into short right center. Orlando Cabrera going out, but Shin-Soo Choo calls him off and makes the catch.
Well, you can head to...
Hey, check out STOHD.com. It's your web source for Ohio sports. Today at STOHD.com, Mike Perry looks at how the Indians built this first-place team. Learn more at STOHD.com. Your source for great sports stories. So one out here for Matt Joyce. And he'll take a pitch just off the outside corner for a ball. He flew out to left his first time up. One out here in the fourth inning. Nobody on for the Rays. And 2-0. Even when Tomlin does miss, Rick, he doesn't miss by much.
No, he's not a nibbler. He's aggressive in the strike zone. But he makes quality pitches.
And Matt Joyce has been one of the many hot Rays coming in. In his last 10 games, he's hitting .471. There's a couple of homers and 8 RBI, along with 3 doubles during that time. And he's in a hitter's count here at 3-1. As you said, he's second now in the American League, coming in with a .351 average. It's .347 now after that first inning flyout. And he hits that one high and deep to right field.
That's
again.
Stay fair.
Yeah, near the foul pole, but this one will stay fair. Home run for Matt Joyce, and the game is tied at 1.
That one was going to stay fair. No hook to that one. He knew it as soon as he hit it. So Josh Tomlin, another solo home run allowed. So we have a new ball game, tied at 1. Joyce, his 3rd home run on the year. Uh-oh, that's 187 miles an hour. Looked like it might have been, I don't know if it was a cutter that didn't cut or it was a two-seamer that didn't sink. But it went a long way because it stayed middle of the plate.
So Joyce ties the game with the homer. B.J. Upton, first pitch swinging, strike 1. And Matt Joyce, now those 3 homers have come, counting tonight, in his last 11 games. So he's very hot right now. Upton fouls that one away, and quickly he's down 0-2. As you said, Rick, you don't like the homers, but if they're solo homers, a lot easier to recover from than if you've got a couple of guys on.
Well, of course. The solo home runs happen. You look at the best pitchers the game, a lot of Hall of Famers. Bert Blyleven gave up 50. But 38 of those 50 that year he gave up were solo shots. That's the first lead, though, that Tomlin has given up in 24 innings pitched. Ever since the Indians have given him a lead, he's been able to hold on to it. That's the first time he's let it get back to even.
One and 2 here to B.J. Upton with 1 out and nobody on in the 4th. He hits that one hard, just past a diving Jack Hanahan. It's into left field for a single. So he's aboard with 1 out.
Just the breaking ball that stayed upstairs as well. Let's see the location on this pitch. Curveball upstairs. Both pitches that have been hit, the hitters will let you know that you made a mistake with. Now this one stays in the park, gets it by Hanahan. Nice effort. The 4th hit now for the Rays, and this is a guy that will take off. So Tomlin does usually a pretty good job of holding on runners.
Yeah, Upton with 7 stolen bases this year. He's been caught twice. Casey Kochman, though, hits a grounder to short. A dribble to Orlando. There's one on to first, and not in time as Kochman got down the line pretty well. But Upton is retired at second base. 2 outs here in the 4th.
Yeah, you get the speed off the bases there. It was just the ball wasn't hit hard enough, and it was to Cabrera's right where he couldn't turn it. He was on the move. He had to give a feed over to Orlando, and by the time he turns it, Kochman, even though he's not blessed with good speed, able to beat it out.
So 2 outs with the runner on now for Sean Rodriguez, who flew out to center field his first time up back in the 2nd inning. If you're joining us late, a 95-minute rain delay at the outset. First pitch came at 8:40. One and one here to Sean Rodriguez. He has 13 hits this year. 10 of those have been for extra bases. There's Kochman at first. There's a line drive to left. Brantley right at him. Makes the catch. And the Rays are retired here in the 4th inning, but they tie it up on the solo home run by Matt Joyce. We're even at 1 here at Progressive Field. Field as we head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Some of the jackets out now after we had the very warm temperatures today, 80 in some areas. It's cooled down to the 50s.
80? Where were you
Sagamore
at? The
Hills.
equator?
Yeah.
Was it 80 there?
That's what my thermometer said. Maybe that was the only place.
I'm coming to your house tomorrow.
All right. Pool's not ready, though.
That's okay.
The community pool.
There's not many. There's not many.
Scoreboard update is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Ford dealers and the all-new 2012 Ford Focus. Ford, drive one. Orlando Cabrera hits that one to center field. That'll be an easy play for B.J. Upton. 1 out here in the 4th inning for the Tribe. And now Andy Sonnenstein, not counting the walks. Indians are now 0 for their last 9 in at-bats. He's mixed in a couple of walks in there, but he's settled down after Sizemore, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Shin-Soo Choo started the 1st inning with 3 hits, but nobody for the Tribe has gotten a hit since then.
You know, he realizes his innings are numbered in this start, coming in between 80 and 90 pitches that he is going to throw tonight because this being his first start. So he's got to be on target and firing strikes. He got away with a 3-1 pitch that Hafner hit out of the ballpark foul. And he thanks his blessings there, and you move on. You continue to throw strikes.
Brantley deep to right field. Back goes Joyce. This one is gone. A home run. Michael Brantley goes deep for the second time this year.
Well, it didn't take the Indians long to come right back and get that lead back for Josh Tomlin. Michael, home run number 2. This is going to be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. And, you know, Michael's, he knows now he can turn on a few pitches. He gets it in his zone. They want that little fastball away. There's a mistake. Looked like a cutter in. And it hung right there on the middle part of the plate. Inside, Michael turns on it. And there it goes. Home run.
So 2-1 Tribe. They're back on top. Matt Laporta, first pitch swinging, pops it back behind home plate. Jaso gives it a look, but it's out of play. So there's been 3 runs scored tonight, 2 for the Tribe, 1 for Tampa, all on solo homers.
Well, they continue to hit the long ball in this ballpark, which is a nice thing. You know, a lot of low-scoring games on the road, and there wasn't a home run hit till what, the last game of the road trip by Sizemore.
And when you look at the difference in the numbers at home versus on the road.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, the Indians are hitting nearly 300 at home now, 248 on the road.
And look at the power numbers. The Indians, they've hit, 29 home runs here and 8 on the road. You know, you don't consider this Indian team a home run hitting club, but they have been in this ballpark. And, you know, this is a fair ballpark to pitch in.
2-1 now to Matt Laporta. You know, that's interesting because when the park was first built, I remember a lot of people around baseball were saying, this is a home run hitter's park. Well, if you look at the lineup the Indians had with Albert Bell and Eddie Murray and Manny Ramirez and Jim Thome.
You had Hall of Famers.
And then 3-1 to Laporta. The early part of this decade, you didn't see as many. All of a sudden, people were saying it's a pitcher's park. I think you nailed it. It's a fair ballpark.
It's a fair ballpark. It's not a triples park. It's more of a doubles park. This is one of the, you know, the least yielding triple parks in the game. Home runs is fair. It's always down in the bottom part. This is a good ballpark to play in.
And there's the 4th walk issued tonight by Andy Sonnenstein. Matt Laporta to first base with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
You can head to the ballpark Thursday for lunch in 3 innings. You can buy a ticket for the 12:05 start. That wraps up the series here with the Rays, plus $10 to spend on food and drinks, all for just $15. Get your tickets at Indians.com, and remember to buy your tickets in advance for great savings.
And again, that game won't be on Sports Time Ohio, so come on out to the ballpark. The Rays already getting some action in the bullpen as Ramos gets loose. Sonnenstein right now at 64 pitches. This is his first start of the year. He's been coming out of the bullpen. And we were told before the game he'd be somewhere around an 85 to 90 pitch limit this evening. So now Jack Hanahan with 1 out and Matt Laporta at first base and a run already home here in the 4th inning for the Tribe.
Boy, Andy Sonnenstein in his career against the Indians in 24 innings has surrendered 10 home runs. But the one guy that he's blessed not to have in this lineup is Ben Francisco.
Yes.
Do you remember his numbers were 8 for 9 against Sonnenstein, 5 homers and a double. I mean, I never saw anything like that before. One guy off a pitcher. It was really incredible.
And to have 9 at bats, I mean, and to bet over 800. That's just amazing. 2-0 here to Jack Hanahan. Helen Sonnenstein just has not had success against the Indians, but especially here. He's 0-3 with a 10.67 record at Progressive Field. 1-3 with a 9.90 ERA as a starter against the Tribe.
Every pitcher has a team that, you know, gives him problems, and this just happens to be his kryptonite, I guess. The Indians. Maybe he grew up around here. Who knows? Whatever it may be, and you look at it. Every pitcher may have problems with a certain pitcher. That doesn't matter what he does. He can't get a hit off of. Whether he's a great pitcher or, just a big league pitcher.
3-0 to Jack Hanahan.
But this is not the way that Andy can pitch, is behind in the count.
And that's ball 4. So Hanahan, who came into tonight batting .400 against Sonnenstein, Just drew the 5th walk that he's issued tonight.
Yeah, that's going to do it. He's cannot let him go any longer.
So Joe Madden will go to the mound, and Andy Sonnenstein is done after 68 pitches. Cesar Ramos will be the new pitcher for Tampa. That's the call to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. We'll give you the numbers. For Tampa Bay, it's left-hander Cesar Ramos.
This Tampa bullpen has done a terrific job for Joe Madden this year. As a matter of fact, their bullpen leads the league in ERA. But you're calling on your Longmire now. He was acquired from the Padres. Part of that Jason Bartlett trade that sent the shortstop out to San Diego. He made 14 relief appearances for the Pods last year.
He'll face Grady Sizemore, who's homered and flew out back in the 3rd inning. And he hits that one foul outside the bag at first. So Sizemore batting here with runners at first and second, 1 out in the 4th inning. Grady this year batting .300 with runners in scoring position. Against lefties this year, he's only 3 for 15. And he hits that one on the ground to second. Zobrist to Rodriguez on to first base. And a double play gets Tampa Bay out of the inning. But the Indians take the lead on the solo home run by Michael Brantley. 2-1 Tribe as we head to the 5th. by United, proud to fly the Cleveland Indians. By your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers, it's time to join the Hyundai movement. And by Panini's, get overstuffed at any one of 18 locations in Northeast Ohio. We head to the fifth inning downtown tonight, 2-1. Indians have the lead. All the runs tonight have been scored on solo homers. It'll be Johnson, Jaso, and Fold here in the fifth inning for Tampa. Hitters 8, 9, and 1. Johnson flew out to deep left center his first time up. Ball that Grady Sizemore really had to extend himself to the gap to get to.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was carrying into the left field alley. He was pushing away from Grady. Hit it a long way.
Tomlin jumps ahead of him 1-2. Grounder to second. Orlando Cabrera bobbles, but still gets Johnson at first. One out here in the fifth inning, and once again, let's check in with Katie Witham.
Hey guys, I'm over here hanging out with the Sefcik family, and Spencer here, 18 months, experiencing his first game, almost made it to the fifth inning. He's resting up for Kids Fun Day. I told him it's going on this weekend. Bring the family out. We've got tons of pregame activities going on, and Sunday you can stay to Move It Around the Bases, sponsored by the Cleveland Clinic. Go to Indians.com to buy your tickets now in advance and save some money, guys.
All right, Katie, looks like it's past Spencer's bedtime here tonight as we approach the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
just over an hour and a half
factor in that, the 95-minute delay. Kid could have already been home if it started on time.
There's John Jaso, 1-1 the count. He grounded out to second, his only time up. Now 1-2 as Tomlin continues to pound the strike zone. And continues to work fast. Broken bat caught by Matt Laporta. The little line drive. So 2 outs here in the fifth inning. And Father's Day is right around the corner. Check out the Bruce Drennan I Love You Cleveland talking bottle opener. STO hats, t-shirts, and other great gifts for the dads out there. Shop now at stostuff.com. Check it out. Here's Sam Fuld, who struck out and lined out. Now, Rick, you've always said it. As a player behind a pitcher that works like this, you just love it.
It's a dream come true. I mean, you're ready for the ball being hit to you on every pitch because you know he's around the strike zone, sure anticipating that hitter swinging the bat. So it is. It's a good feeling when you play defense behind a guy like Josh. You know, they haven't really. I thought maybe the first time through the lineup, we told you nobody swung at the first pitch. You know, I thought maybe the second time around they may get a little more aggressive, but only 3 times. So that's where Tomlin can have a 7-8 pitch inning, is if they change their mode. They've never faced him before. They may want to get a little aggressive. He can get a 1 pitch out because, as I said, he makes quality pitches. But if you don't, the next thing you know, you're still 0-2, 1-2 down in the count.
Fuld hits that one high in the air to right, but Shin-Soo Choo has it measured. And the Rays are retired here in the fifth inning as they go 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom half of the fifth. 2-1 Indians. It'll be Asdrubal Cabrera, Shin-Soo Choo, and Carlos Santana. Hitters 2, 3, and 4 in manager Manny Ecta's lineup here in the 5th. The Tribe ahead 2-1. Asdrubal will swing around and bat from the right side. And one of the things about Asdrubal Cabrera, Rick, a lot of switch hitters are better from the left side, but and a struggle from this side of the plate, but not Asdrubal. He's batting .319 against lefties this year, .244 against righties.
Yeah, you're right. Most of them are better, probably because they get more at bats from the left side. They probably feel a little more comfortable. But it's awfully hard to keep your swing from both sides of the plate polished. But he does. Look at that.
Sends it into left center for his second hit of the night. So he has a hit from both sides of the plate. He's on first with nobody out. Time now to check in with the recap, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. This has been a home run story here tonight. Grady Sizemore, 22nd time in his career. He leads off with a homer. Then Matt Joyce goes solo, his third homer in the last 11 games. And Michael Brantley, his second home run of the season. 2-1 Tribe. That's where we're at now in the bottom of the 5th inning. Find out about more than 30 Toyota offers available now at buyatoyota.com. Here's Choo. He's 1 for 1 tonight with the walk. Cesar Ramos came in relief last inning of Andy Sonnenstein. Strike 1 to Choo.
I want to send along a happy belated birthday to Lyle Smith, who's from Castalia, Ohio. He's residing now at the Veterans Home out in Sandusky, celebrating an 86th birthday. It's a little belated, but sorry, we just got your letter today. So, Lyle, happy birthday.
Foul tip, 0-2 here to Choo. Indians opening up a 6-game homestand here tonight with 3 against the Rays. And then this weekend, Eric Wedge and the Seattle Mariners come to town without Milton Bradley, who was DFA.
Well, that's right. He was designated for assignment. That's what those initials mean, right?
That is
just
correct.
Curious.
Thanks for clarifying.
Well, I had to figure it out. People at home are saying, DFA, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it could mean a lot of things. No, Bradley was only hitting .218.
Well, you're right. So. I mean, we had issues when we were there and we opened up. Remember we showed he had the earplugs in and having problems with fans at his home park. Shocker.
Yeah, Milton has had some rough spots. 1-2 here to Shin-Soo Choo. Cabrera's on at first base. Asdrubal Cabrera. Nobody out. The Indians trying to get to Ramos after chasing Sonnenstein last inning.
Well, these two teams, when you look at it on paper, very evenly matched. When you look at the pitching department, Tampa Bay second in the ERA, Indians are third. You know, the two defenses, Tampa's first, Indians are third. They've given up like the second fewest unearned runs allowed. Offensively, the Indians are a little better because Tampa struggled early. But I'll tell you, it's a matchup, and you would expect a game like this, like we've been playing against Oakland, against L.A., the best pitching in the league. Oakland leads the way with a 2.62 ERA. Tampa's second, 3.23. Cleveland, 3.25. Tied with the Angels. So there's some pretty good pitching staffs, and we've witnessed it in the last week.
Yes, we have. Perhaps the most impressive thing about Tampa, they are just the 4th Major League team to start the year at 0-6 and eventually reach first place in Major League history, and they are the quickest team to do so.
Well, they're impressive to turn it around.
There
nice
goes the
jump.
runner.
Nice jump.
And no chance to get Asdrubal Cabrera as he picks up the stolen base.
You know, he probably went on first movement. That's a sign I'm thinking Manny Ecta put on, which he likes to do with left-handers. He had a good look, and he picked the right pitch. You know, double clutching Jaso behind the plate. Watch, he doesn't get it in the transfer. It took him a half a step. He would have had it anyway, even with a good throw. He just goes on first movement, look back, go in head first, good jump, stolen base.
So now he's in scoring position for Choo. Whips it on the ground to first, and he'll get the runner over to third. So Choo's an out. But he does the job here as Asdrubal Cabrera moves to third base with one out.
Well, enjoy a post-game concert with Reliant K at Faith and Family Day when the Tribe will take on the Mariners. That'll be Saturday. Tickets start at just $8, and groups of 25 or more can get tickets for as low as $5. Call 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com.
Look at fans in the bleachers this evening. Carlos Santana, who's 0 for 1 tonight, grounded into a double play and walked. The infield will come in. He'll take that pitch for a strike.
Yeah, infield in. They're going to try and cut the runoff at the plate. I'm thinking here with Santana, I don't know if they will have the contact play on. If the ball's on the ground, he's going no matter what. Or they're going to make it go through. I'll look at the lead, and now it doesn't look like there's going to be a contact play on just by looking at him from the lead. You know, a lot of times that third base runner will try and get a good jump, and if you're going on contact, you see he's sort of standing still. So that tells me they're going to make it go through.
There's Asdrubal on third base. Carlos Santana batting .286 with runners in scoring position, trying to bring him in. Now 3-1.
Yeah, maybe pitching around him a little bit or being a little extra careful with the left-handed Hafner on deck.
Fouls that one back, so the count goes full. Nice play by a fan. Got a round of applause. Santana's batting just .182 against left-handed pitchers this year. Full count with one out. Asdrubal Cabrera on third base with the drawn-in infield. Looks like a breaking ball away. It came back over, but hit right to the third baseman. Longoria will make the play, and Santana's retired. 2 outs, and Asdrubal Cabrera remains at third.
Throws that, and that's exactly what it was. The breaking ball, backdoor breaking ball away. You got him to pull it on the ground. Longoria at third. Easy check of the runner. He's right there. And even if he was going, it's a good thing he wasn't. He would have been a dead duck. Caught in a rundown. They get the second out and a chance to get out of the inning.
So 2 outs now for Travis Hafner, who's walked. And he hit a fly out to the left fielder back in the third inning. The Indians now 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 5 groundouts, including 2 double plays. So this Rays staff, which has been good, has been getting out of jams.
Well, the thing of it is they had 5 walks in the first 3 innings, actually the first 4 innings, and they couldn't score any of them. You know, the only runs they scored were the solo home runs, so they couldn't take advantage of their extra base runners.
Hafner swings over that one. It's 1-1. And those 5 walks for Sonnenstein were a career high.
I don't know. It looked like a changeup. A lot of times left-handers won't throw left-handers changeups, but that certainly looked like one to me. Back to back.
So Hafner's down in the count now, 1-2. Cabrera still at third base, 2 outs now, as Ramos tries to work out of it. Cabrera started down the line. He stopped about a third of the way, just trying to distract Ramos. You see the infield pretty much playing Travis straight up, outfield shading him just a bit to the right. Foul tip. It's held on by the catcher, John Jaso. And it's a strikeout. Third strikeout for Rays pitching. And we'll head to the 6th inning now. Still 2-1 Indians. Indians Fun Money, and you'll get great discounts on your next Subway purchase. Subway, where winners eat. We head to the 6th inning here. Indians with a 2-1 lead, and well, Josh Tomlin's done it again. 19 straight games as a major league pitcher. 19 straight starts. He's gone at least 5 innings.
Well, and he's still in a whale of a ball game like he was in his last outing against the Oakland A's. You can see not many guys have done what he has done.
Only player in Indians history to do it.
Well, right. The last guy to do it was Dice K. What do you have, 28?
Yeah. You're 28, you're right. 2-1 here to Ben Zobrist as he leads off the 6th inning. He's grounded out and struck out. Zobrist still looking to extend his 14-game hitting streak.
This guy really turned himself into a nice player. He's been around, and they play him anywhere and everywhere, but they have to keep his bat in the lineup.
And he leads off the 6th inning with a walk. And it's the first walk tonight by Tomlin.
Well, yeah, you don't want to walk the leadoff guy, but he did tonight. Now you're facing the middle part of that lineup.
So here's Evan Longoria. Hit the ball hard twice. Hit a double back in the 1st inning. Flew out to Chu in the 4th inning in right field. He hits that one hard again, but a leaping grab by Orlando Cabrera. Zobrist makes it back to first base. Nice play by Orlando to go up to get that one out.
He tried to get on that first pitch and ended up hitting it was a squibber. I think he hit it off the end of the bat because it had some sink to it. It's only the 4th time a Ray has gone after that first pitch, but that's what I'm talking about. When you talk about Tomlin, you want to try and get aggressive early. He can get that one pitch, one out. Just what he was looking for.
So now Matt Joyce, who flew out back in the 1st inning, but homered his last time up in the 4th. He pounds that one to left center field, and that one's going to go to the gap and make it to the wall. Zobrist around third. They'll wave him in. He'll score easily. And the Rays have tied it as Matt Joyce doubles him home. Second RBI tonight for Joyce, and we're tied at 2.
You know, isn't that something? Tomlin's walked one guy. He comes around to score here in this inning. And Sonnenstein walked 5 guys, career high, and not one of them came in to score. As they go into the corner, I'm going to say who's going to pick it up. It doesn't matter. Just get it in. So Tampa takes ties it up at 2-2.
The 11th double of the season for Joyce. He now has 14 runs batted in. And now B.J. Upton.
And he has driven them both in. That kid's he's swinging the bat very well this year. Home run down the line, double into the gap in his next at bat.
So Joyce stays hot. And now B.J. Upton, who struck out and singled. Now 1-1 to B.J. Upton. One out with Joyce at second base as Tampa looks to take their first lead of the night. Both teams with 2 runs on 5 hits here this evening. Neither team's committed an error. Tomlin tries to keep Joyce honest. Swing and a miss. So 1-2 to B.J. Upton. And he hits that one deep to center field. Sizemore going back. Still going back and makes the catch on the warning track. Tagging and moving to third is Matt Joyce. But now there are 2 outs. And let's send it back to our STO studios now and get an update on the Yankees and KC with Dave Chudowski. What's happening, Dave?
Al, thanks a lot. Good news here in the 9th inning. 1 out. Mariano Rivera gets the double play. Nice stab there, starting the 1-4-3. DP out at first. Rivera's 13th save. 3-1's the final. The Indians 5 up now on the Royals.
Dave, thanks. So good news tonight from New York. And pitching coach Tim Belcher will head to the mound to talk to Josh Tomlin, who's throwing 90 pitches.
Oh, he's fine. He just wants to come out and go over the scouting report here in this situation. He doesn't want him to get hurt with 2 outs. The go-ahead runs at third base. You've got Perez in the bullpen. He's been throwing for a little bit. After Casey Kochman, it would be Sean Rodriguez. They're just going over, and you can see Tim Belcher's doing all the talking. Dale Scott said, okay, let's go. You've had your say. Time to move on.
Here's the numbers on Josh Tomlin. He was 1 out away from registering another quality start. And he's got to get by Kochman, who doubled against him back in the 2nd inning. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the 4th. So do you pitch around Kochman here?
No, you can go at him. Josh is good enough. See, he's upset he had a pitch to hit, and he let it go. He fouled it off. No, you can go at him with your best stuff. If you wanted to walk the guy, then you walk him. But Tomlin's got good enough stuff. He can control it where he can make a guy swing at his pitch.
He's ahead here 0-1.
There you go. 2 pitches.
And Tomlin will get out of it. That fly to left will be corralled by Michael Brantley. Hitting over. So Josh Tomlin is through 6. The Indians lead it 2-1. We get to the bottom of the 6th inning, 2-2 here, and a new pitcher, Brandon Gomes, is in for the Rays.
Another guy that came from San Diego in that Bartlett trade. He was just called up on Wednesday. Made his Major League debut against the Toronto Blue Jays, tossing 2 no-hit innings. He's faced 11 batters, hasn't allowed a hit yet. Coming on to face Orlando Cabrera, Michael Brantley, Matt Laporta.
Hitters 6, 7, and 8 in the Tribe order here in the 6th inning. And Cabrera, first pitch swinging, pops it high in the air to short right. Zobrist called off by the right fielder, Matt Joyce, who makes the catch. Let's send it down to Katie Witham now, who has a special guest here tonight. Katie.
I do, Al. I'm over here hanging out with Browns cornerback Joe Hayden. Now, Joe, you are known now here at the Cleveland sports scene as being out there full uniform. I mean, how have you embraced Cleveland sports?
I mean, it's just all in fun. I mean, I love doing it, and they love watching me do it. So I'm going to just keep it going. And I didn't come today in full decked out because I wasn't able to get the pants and the cleats yet. But I talked to Tony Sipp, and he said he's going to get it for me, so I'll be out here Friday.
Friday night, Cleveland fans, he will be back full uniform. We have to see that. Now, tell me, I know we got a lot of issues going on with the NFL right now, but what are you doing to stay in shape and to stay ready for what we hope will be the 2011 season?
Well, actually, I'm back at home in Maryland most of the time and when I'm not here, and I have a trainer, the same person that was working with me to get ready for the combine. He's still back there, and we work out probably 3-4 times a week. So I'm working on him training like I was training with the team.
So you feel good right now?
Oh, I feel real good.
All right. Well, we'll see you on Friday, Joe. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll send it back up to you.
All right, Katie. Joe Hayden, nice rookie year for the Browns this past season. Great to see him on the team. 2-0 here to Michael Brantley. He homered his last time up. And a healthy cut at that one, but fouls it away. Michael Brantley with the average now at 291, and Rick, he's another guy that's just been consistent all season long for the Tribe.
Yeah, he's been very, very solid. He's been right at the same batting average all year. Take a walk if you have to. Solid defense, center, left.
He hits that one hard into right field for a base hit.
Well, he gave the Indians a lead once Tampa tied it back in the 4th inning. Well, Tampa tied it in the 6th, and now they're going to try and get that lead right back for Josh Tomlin.
So Brantley's aboard with 1 out here in the 6th inning. Now Matt Laporta. Struck out and walked his previous 2 times at the plate. And an off-speed pitch for strike 1 on the inside corner. Juan Cruz is getting loose. Now Gomes here in the 6th inning, already the 3rd pitcher for Tampa.
Well, you pretty much knew it might have been a bullpen day with Sonnenstein making his first start, only going on 80 pitches.
Brantley trying to steal second. He will without a throw. Big jump.
Well, I like what Laporta did. You take it because he had such a good jump. Even if you could hit that ball, a lot of hitters sometimes will swing. But Michael had such a good jump over there. Give him an opportunity to get into scoring position. Jaso couldn't even make a throw. So Michael will get his 5th stolen base and get himself into scoring position. 2nd stolen base by the Tribe tonight.
And now a runner in scoring position for Matt Laporta. Able to lay off that one. Laporta batting .276 with runners in scoring position. One out with Brantley at second base here in the 6th inning. Laporta lifts that one to the left side near the railing. And this one will go out of play by just a couple of rows. Evan Longoria gave it a look.
Well, when we spent last weekend in the Bay Area, or last week, I should say, in Oakland. That's an easy out. That's in about the third base coach's box. As much fair territory, or foul territory, I should say, was in that ballpark. That was out of play, and you get another opportunity as a hitter.
A lot of room because of the dual purpose there for football. No one for either side has had a hit with runners in scoring position tonight. Tampa Bay 0 for 5, Cleveland 0 for 7. Can Matt Laporta change that here? First, there's time called by Laporta. Seen 3 solo home runs tonight. And then the double by Matt Joyce, but Ben Zobrist, who scored, was on first base. In the dirt, nice block by John Jaso.
That looks like a splitter to me. First time I've seen Gomes pitch. That one went straight down, about an 86-mile-an-hour splitter.
Well, the Indians have had their chances tonight to put some more runs on the board. They have another one here. Another slow off-speed pitch, 71 miles per hour. It's inside, and now Laporta works the count full. Brantley at second base. Jack Hanahan on deck. The crowd comes alive at Progressive Field here in the 6th inning for Matt Laporta. And Laporta takes ball 4. Good walk for Matt. 6th walk for Rays pitching tonight. First for Brandon Gomes. And that'll put 2 on now for Jack Hanahan. And let's take a look at the answer to our AT&T trivia question. 4 players in Rays history have driven in 100-plus runs in consecutive seasons. Name them. Carlos Pena, maybe one. Evan Longoria, Aubrey Huff, Fred McGriff, the others.
The crime dog, yeah. Pena now playing with the Cubs. Huff out in San Francisco. Longoria here, and of course, Fred the crime dog is retired.
Yep. Now Dale Scott will head to the mound. Is taking some time out there.
To talk to his young pitcher. You know, he's still, that hit that Brantley got, first hit he has given up, and now he walked Laporta after Laporta was down in the count 0-2. So you're right when you say it was a good walk. It was a good walk. You're down in the count 0-2 and you can battle your way back to get on base. That's a nice job.
So Laporta's on at first, Brantley at second. And 1 out for Jack Hanahan, who's 0 for 1 tonight with a ground out and a walk. There's a look at the base runners. Hanahan batting .368 this year with runners in scoring position. He'll take ball 1. Everyone knew that Hanahan had a solid glove, but his bat this year has been a very pleasant surprise. Two 2-0 to Jack Hanahan. As Gomes now, after leaping ahead of Matt Laporta 0-2, has struggled to find the strike zone. Hanahan trying to deliver here in the 6th inning. .3-0 now to Jack Hanahan.
Yeah, now, I mean, you're patient. Hanahan not going after the 2-0 pitch when you start nibbling because he's looking for a pitch he can turn on. If he doesn't get it, you take it. And watch this one. It looked like it was close. Just that was close. A lot closer, I think, than what they thought, but it's called the ball.
3-0. Do you give him the green?
No.
Taking all the way?
Take all the way. You're hitting ninth. No way. You got to get yourself on base and try and keep something going. Now it's 3-1. Now you can go ahead and if you like it, go ahead and swing.
The Rays have already surrendered a season high 6 walks tonight.
Yeah,
it's 3-1 on hand.
The Indians can take advantage. They haven't been able to do it to this point. There you go.
Walk number 7.
Now you flip it right back over to the top when 7, 8, and 9 gets on base. And he's going back to that pen.
Here comes Joe Madden. We'll see the 4th Rays pitcher of the night. As Cruz will come on. And Gomes' night is over. So he gives up a single and a couple of walks here in the 6th inning. Cruz coming on. We'll take a break. 2-2 game. Bases loaded. 1 out for the Tribe here at Progressive Field. The STO Suite tonight from Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care, our sponsors of the post-game show.
All right.
The Indians will see a new pitcher. 4th pitcher of the night for Tampa. It's Juan Cruz.
Well, Cruz last year was with the Royals, if you remember, early in the season. They released him after April 23rd. He ended up having shoulder surgery, season ending on May 12th. Came as a spring invite here to Tampa. Ended up making the ball club, believe it or not. And he has spent time with the Cubs, Braves, A's, D-backs, and Royals. Now with the Rays and off to a very good start. Hitters just 4 for 40 off him. But the Indians now bases loaded, 1 out. They've got an opportunity. Now this guy could either be great or, he can walk you too.
And first batters against Cruz are 0 for 9. He has given up 5 walks. And Grady Sizemore will be that first Indians hitter against Cruz tonight. Tampa pitchers have thrown 108 pitches. Only 55 of those for strikes. Bases loaded. 1 out. 6th inning. Tie game for Grady, who hit a solo home run back in the 1st inning. And some of the fans come to their feet here. They would love to see him go deep again.
The Indians have been very good this year with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. 11 for 17.
And pitch inside almost got away from Jaso.
Yeah, it's awfully tough when you come into a ball game. Looking back in the 1st inning, Grady leading this ball game off. And into the seats to give them an early lead. '22nd career leadoff home run by Grady Sizemore. They're just looking for a fly ball here and trying to get the lead.
And he hits that one straight back at us, spit up a little bit high and into the upper level, and it comes back. Comes a souvenir down low. 1-1 here to Grady Sizemore. And look at the base runners. Brantley's at third. Laporte at second base. Hanahan at first. And a 1-1 count to Grady Sizemore. As the fans get into this one. And another foul ball for Grady, and now Cruz ahead 1-2. Sizemore is 0 for 4 in his career against Juan Cruz. Down in the count here. Another nice stop by Jaso.
Boy, it sure is. When you call that breaking ball, you've got the man on third base. I guess you got to anticipate and expect that ball being in the dirt. He picked it nicely. He was trying to get Grady to swing at that ball out of the zone.
2-2 to Sizemore. And he hits that one right back up the middle, and Cruz will have a play at home.
Boy,
and that's
that
the
almost
only
got him
out.
in the face. He's lucky he got a glove up there. I can't believe he was quick enough to do that. That ball hit him so hard it went straight down. His heart's got to be going about 120 right now. Watch this. That almost got him in the face. Unbelievable. He jumped right on it and throws home to get the force out. Stops the go-ahead run from scoring. Holy cow. That's out number 2.
Well, Sizemore with a rocket. You can't ask for anything more from him. Michael Brantley even went back to third. He thought Cruz caught it.
There's nothing you can do
Right.
as a base runner.
Yeah,
I mean, you're trapped. Ball didn't get away enough. I mean, I can't believe that guy got a glove up. That had to be a scary look from the batter's box.
So the bases will remain loaded, but now there are 2 outs for Asdrubal Cabrera. He's 2 for 3 tonight. And 1 for 2 with a double in his career against Juan Cruz. Indians trying to break the tie. And a good pitch there for Cruz.
I mean, watch this thing coming back. Huh? That was a couple inches to the left of his face, and he got a glove up.
Well, no doubt it had to be a scary moment for Cruz. And quickly he jumps ahead of Asdrubal Cabrera, 0-2. Well, he's been very good out of the bullpen this year. As you look at the numbers on Asdrubal Cabrera with the bases loaded in his career, this season he's been perfect. But he's down in the count. Bases loaded here. Now Jaso's going to go and talk to Cruz.
You know, with so many new guys coming out of that bullpen this year, it has to be different. I'm telling you, they had a number of guys last year. You had Grant Belfour, who's with Oakland, 57 appearances. Benoit, Detroit, 63. Cormier had 60. Soriano, their closer, had 64. And Wheeler, who's with Boston, they've lost 308 games from 5 guys out of that bullpen last year. And they've still been able to piece it together and be successful.
And Cabrera up the middle, and that one will be stopped by the second baseman, but not in time. And the play at second, a run scores as everybody's safe. Zobrist got there, but couldn't get to second in time as Grady Sizemore hustled down there and beat it.
I hope he's all right. He went late trying to beat it, and he's just, I'll tell you, it's great hustle. That ball, 0-2 count, and watch as Zobrist has to flip it over to Rodriguez. He slides late in the bag, and I don't know if he hit his knee on the bag. Those things are rock hard. But hits a late slide trying to beat that run. You see where his left knee comes in and hits the point of the bag, and that hurts. You can see him holding it right there. Yeah. It's not feeling good right now because he's stretching it. But he beats it out. The Indians take the lead.
And the bases remain loaded for Shin-Soo Choo. Maniac actually came out, and Grady waved him off and said, "I'm staying."
Yeah, that's just kind of player he is. Yeah. I mean, he did that last year for a month right before he had the microfracture surgery. That hurt. But he knows, and believe me, he'll get attention after this inning's over.
That's the way he plays. He's going to go hard no matter what.
It's all out, man. You leave it on the field.
0-2 here to Shin-Soo Choo. Choo with a single, ground out and walk tonight. Trying to add on to this one-run lead. So the Indians have answered Tampa each time they've scored. Tribe with the homer by Sizemore in the first. Tampa got a run in the fourth. Tribe answered in the bottom half. Same goes here in the sixth. And now it's 2-2 to Shin-Soo Choo. As he works back from an 0-2 count. Once again, the fans come to life here at the ballpark. They've enjoyed the Indians baseball games here this year. They've won 13 in a row entering play tonight. Choo will call time. That pitch inside gets away from Jaso. The runner will score. 4-2 Indians.
Boy, how big is that?
Jack Hanahan makes it a 2-run lead, the largest of the night for either side.
I couldn't tell. I'm sure we'll get a look at it. If that ball went in the dirt on John Jaso, it looked like it would be a wild pitch. Hard to. I don't think so. Maybe crossed up. That hit the ball, umpire's ball bag. I would have went for the closest one. He wouldn't have been able to tell you which one to go after. We would have had to go to replay. That ball slides down. That's got to be a pass ball. That they were either crossed up there or he just didn't get a jump on it, and that other ball comes out of the umpire's sack. I don't know if Jaso saw it or not.
And everyone moves up, so now runners at second and third and a full count for Choo. And a swing and a miss. So Choo is down on strikes, but the Indians add 2. They take a 4-2 lead as we head to the 7th. Inning. Tribe with 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th have taken a 4-2 lead. Josh Tomlin now has worked 6 innings in all 7 of his starts this year. In the 7th inning, he'll see the bottom third of the Tampa order: Rodriguez, Johnson, and Jaso.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why Manny Acta leaves him in there. He's back down for 7, 8, and 9. He's had success against him tonight. He has his bullpen up and loose and ready to go. Tony Sipp is just standing by.
Sean Rodriguez 0 for 2 tonight with the flyout and lineout, and he cranks that one to left field, and that one is a fair ball off the wall. He'll come around first and head for second. Good throw by Brantley, just a little bit off, and a double for Sean Rodriguez to begin the 7th inning for the Rays.
Well, that's there you go. He's not going to spot him a first pitch when you're down there again, and he's trying to get ahead of him. And he turns on it, hits it off the wall. Michael played it nicely. Fold runs very well. Strong throw, just a little off target, gets in safely. So that'll do it for Josh Tomlin tonight.
So he exits with a 4-2 lead. He can win it, can't lose it. Tony Sipp coming on for the Tribe. We'll tell you more about Tony right after this. Is through, Rick, but another quality start for the right-hander.
Yeah, I mean, they got him some runs in the bottom half. Manny was going to try and send him back out there. He had Sipp ready, gives up the leadoff double. In comes Tony Sipp for the 17th time this year. So going to turn it over. You got a couple left-handers. Johnson, Jaso is on deck. So it's now in the hands of the Indians bullpen. See if they can keep their streak going. And you know, we told you before, both teams, Indians here in this ballpark averaging 6 runs in their streak. But Tampa on the road this year averaging 6 runs on the road. And that's why they have the best road record. So we figure this is going to be a battle right to the 9th inning.
So Dan Johnson will face Sipp. And left-handed batters are 0 for 16 against Tony Sipp this year. Johnson 0 for 2 tonight, though he hit the ball hard his first time up. Fouls that one back. So Sipp enters with a runner on second and nobody out here in the 7th inning. Dan Johnson, the Tampa DH tonight. And he hits that one in the air to center, left center. So it slices over, and Michael Brantley will come over, make the catch for out number 1 here in the 7th inning. All right, let's go to the bleachers. Katie Witham's hanging out there.
Well, guys, it is just a little bit loud out here. These guys are excited. We've got fireworks going on Friday night. We also have college ID night, and we've got dollar dogs. You got to be here on Friday. Go to Indians.com to buy your tickets in advance.
some money, but get out here. We'll have a spectacular fireworks show. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Katie. Sounds like there's a good time going on in the bleachers. And we have a pinch hitter coming up here for the Rays. Someone we're very familiar with, Kelly Shopik.
Oh, yeah. The shop vac. Santana will go out, have a talk with Tony Sipp. Want to move it along, and so Shopik this year 1 for 1 as a pinch hitter, coming off the bench. So just his second at bat.
So Kelly Shopik, the former Indians catcher, who was traded for Mitch Talbot a couple of off seasons ago, will face Tony Sipp with 1 out and a runner on second base. And he looks at ball 1. Shopik hitting 143 with runners in scoring position this year. There's Rodriguez at second. And he heads to third. And Shopik lines it to left field for a base hit. That'll allow Rodriguez to score easily. Shopik gets the RBI single, and the Rays are within a run at 4-3.
As a pinch hitter, you try to be aggressive, especially after that pitcher misses with the first pitch. He jumps all over this pitch. And I mean, Rodriguez would have had third base stolen easily. But that run will belong to Josh Tomlin. Close the book on him. But they have the tying run aboard here in the 7th inning.
And Shopik with his 4th run batted in this season. So we go back to the top of the order, and Sam Fuld, who takes strike 1. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out, lined out to center, flew out to right in his 3 previous at-bats. His average now down to 242. It was up over 350. But entering play tonight, Fuld was just batting 248 in his last 9 games. A ball on the ground, Sipp make the play at first. So Fuld is retired for the 2nd out of the inning. Kelly Shopik moves down to second base. And that'll bring Ben Zobrist to the plate.
Well, that little topper gets the tying run in scoring position. Zobrist a better hitter from the left side of the plate. First time tonight from the right side. He's a 243 hitter in 37 at-bats. He's homered and 8 ribbies. So if you break it down, this is the side of the plate you want to face him from.
Still looking to extend that 14-game hitting streak. Hitting 259 with runners in scoring position this year as Carlos Santana wants time, and he'll go through the signals again with Tony Sipp. It's Joel Peralta getting loose for Tampa. Strike to Ben Zobrist. Now you talk about super utility. That's exactly what Ben Zobrist is. As you said, Rick, they just need to find a place in the lineup for his bat. It's been so hot.
Yeah, utility. You call him a utility because he's so valuable to that team. You could plug him into one spot.
Hits it hard on the ground to short. Asdrubal Cabrera makes the play. Tampa retired in the 7th, but they add a run to make it 4-3. Indians. And time now for the Cleveland Clinic 7th inning stretch. Indians fans, it's time for you to get up and move it. Kelly Shopik stays in the game in the catcher's spot.
Yeah, you get a pinch hit, you go back behind the plate.
Hitters 4, 5, and 6 for the Tribe here in the bottom of the 7th. Santana, Hafner, and Orlando Cabrera. Carlos 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. And the Rays will go with the shift here.
Well, this has been a good matchup. Grady led the game off with a home run. Tampa came back and tied it in the 4th. Well, the Indians answered that run that they scored. Tampa comes back and ties it in the 6th. They answer it, the Indians do, in the bottom half, and then Tampa comes back. So these guys, this is a really good game.
Well, it's the first time these teams have played 106 times. First time that the Indians and Rays have met, Rick, when both teams were in first place.
Yeah, well, the Rays for so long, back when the Indians were good, they were not.
Right.
Until they've turned it around, the Indians were no good. But there they go. They're back at it again. Both teams with a winning record.
And for now, the Rays have fallen a half game back of the Yankees, who won tonight. They defeated the Royals earlier. And 3-1 here to Carlos Santana. Vinny Pistano listening.
He's turned into Manny Acta's 8th inning guy, his setup guy for Chris Perez.
Swing and a miss. Breaking ball there by Cruz.
Yeah, you notice how many fastballs Santana sees in a hitter's count anymore. Seems like every team in the books out, you don't throw him a fastball in a good hitter's count because he can hit it. Oh,
just inside. Cruz thought he had it.
Well, I did too, to be honest with you. He thought he had one. He's shaking his head. He's saying, "You got to be kidding me." He locked him up with a pretty good fastball right there.
And let's take a look at our Taste Greatness moment, brought to you by Miller for tonight's game. This goes back to the Indians and Rays, that big comeback, Rick, of 10 runs behind. Tribe comes back and win it a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, that's Ryan Gargo. There's a walk to Grady Sizemore. There's the game-winning single, Victor Martinez. Yeah, that was amazing. That's, I think, a week after that Tampa came back from a 7-0 lead when we were down in Tampa.
Back in May of 2009. And Hafner now sends that one foul. It's our Miller Taste Greatness moment tonight. Well, the Indians, 8 walks tonight. That's a season high for the Tribe, and also a season high for Tampa, giving up walks as well. As Tampa's pitched very well, especially the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Well, it was the last inning where finally 2 of those walks, Laporta and Hanahan, came around to score. Other than that, only 2 have scored. In the first 4 innings, when they had 5 walks, not one of them came around because they couldn't find a way to hit. They had an infield hit by Cabrera because of the hustle of Grady Sizemore getting into second base, and then a pass ball. So they haven't really, got the ball out of the infield to get their runs in, but it's a 4-3 lead.
Santana at first, 1-1 to Hafner. Looks at ball 2. And tonight's attendance, 13,551. Looks like just about every one of them still here. Game got a late start tonight with a weather delay. 95 minutes. First pitch was at 8:40. The fans have enjoyed this one. Good ball game here tonight between the Rays and Indians. Hafner pops that one to short center field. B.J. Upton will make the catch. 1 out here in the 7th inning. So now Orlando Cabrera, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Orlando 1 for 8 in his career against Juan Cruz. He flew out to start the 6th inning against Gomes. Last time up as Santana's running it. Perfect hit and run.
Sweetheart.
Cabrera hits it to right center field. Upton cuts it off. Runners at the corners for the Tribe with 1 out. The hit and run to perfection.
Well, you can afford to do this. You have the 1-run lead, and you can't do it with a better guy who can handle a bat. Cabrera just serves it over there. First pitch, they started Santana. Watch. They vacate Sobrist at second base. Says, I'll cover. Wrong man covered. Santana all the way to third base. Good chance now for the Indians to add on. Nicely done. Hit and run to perfection.
So Orlando Cabrera with his first hit tonight. He's 1 for 4.
And out comes Joe Madden.
Tampa has already used 4 pitchers tonight. And here comes Peralta. So they'll use a 5th. We'll take a break. Indians up. For the Rays.
Well, and he's the oldest member of this Rays pitching staff, 35-year-old Joel Peralta. Coming out for the 17th time, and this is what they're doing. They're pieceworking a bullpen together where these guys have been very, very successful to this point. Still early, but it's been done by, good starting pitching where they've taken a lot of pressure off the bullpen. Back in the 4th inning, Michael Brantley, after Tampa tied it up, comes right back to give the Indians a lead. Second home run of the year for Michael.
And he'll bat here with runners at the corners and 1 out in the 7th inning. Tribe again trying to increase that lead. And as you said, Rick, Tampa averaging over 6 runs per game on the road. So some insurance would definitely be nice.
Well, with 8 walks, they're lucky to be within 1 run, to be honest.
Pitch in the dirt. Kelly Shopik, a nice block. Yeah, it seems the Indians have had threats in every inning but the second. They've been able to get 4 runs. You just feel like they maybe should have had a couple more. There's the base runners. And a 1-0 count to Michael Brantley. Swing and a miss. Well, the first batter Peralta sees in an appearance this season. They're only 1 for 15 against him with a walk. Another solid bullpen arm for the Rays this year. Two and one with runners at the corners and 1 out. Rick, do you look to try anything here?
No, you let Michael. He's a good hitter up there. There's no reason to. You've got an extra run over there. He tried his thing, starting the runner, and they get first and third with 1 out. Now you give Brantley a chance to drive it in.
And he hits that one to the shortstop. 6, 4, and 3. Nice dig at first base by Casey Kochman. And the Rays get out of the inning. So we'll head to the 8th, 4-3, Cleveland. Pretty well played ball game here tonight. Indians up 4-3 as we go to the 8th inning, and the third tri-pitcher of the night is right-hander Vinny Pistano.
All right, coming in relief of Tony Sipp. Vinny for the 16th time. As we mentioned, you can see the opposition hitting just 170, turned into Manny Acker's 8th inning setup guy. So it is his turn now. He's going to have the big part of that lineup. Evan Longoria, Matt Joyce, B.J. Upton. The 3 hitters he will face or is scheduled to face.
And Evan Longoria has hit the ball hard tonight as the double. Fly out and a line out. So he'll lead off the 8th for the Rays. Indians outfield playing him very deep. As he fouls that one away. Well, at the start of the year, I think the Indians, Rick, were looking for that right-handed setup man. There really was no clearly defined who that person would be, but Pistano has really seized it now, hasn't he?
Well, it's amazing how you go in to spring training with expectations, and then all of a sudden when you get out there and the season starts, you know, game situations dictate what happened. You go out there and, you know, you find guys that can do it. There was Tony Sipp when we left camp. But Vinny Pistano has come out and he has seized the opportunity.
2-1 now to Evan Longoria.
You know, things have a way of changing as the season goes on. you know, you have 2 starters hurt, and up all of a sudden you get Gomez, who came up and made a couple of starts, and you got Alex White. When a couple guys don't go down, it's amazing, and it happens to every team. You know, it's just not happening to the Indians. That's why you have to have a little depth, and that's what Chris Antonetti was talking about earlier.
Longoria hits that one deep to left center field. Sizemore back on the track, looking up. It's gone. Evan Longoria with the solo home run has tied the game at 4.
Well, there goes the lead. It is now a tie ball game. That man can hit a fastball right there, Evan Longoria. Grady went back to the wall, and it got up into about second or third row. And they're talking to hitters right now. Watch this fastball right down the middle. You can't leave a pitch there to a hitter like Longoria. And he ties this ball game up. It is his second home run. He had a big 3-run homer on the trip this weekend in Baltimore.
And now Matt Joyce.
It's the missed opportunities from the Indians not being able to get him in that have allowed the Rays to stay around.
And 2-0 here to Joyce, who's 2 for 3 with a homer and a double tonight. There's a strike. Well, you said it. When you play good teams and you get opportunities to score, you've got to take advantage.
Take advantage. They've had opportunities. But, you know, you look at the line score. It's 4-8-0, 4-8-0. Both teams with 4 runs on 8 hits. But the Indians have left 9 stranded compared to 5 for the Rays.
And 2-2 now to Matt Joyce. Nearly hit him. Full count now to Joyce with B.J. Upton on deck. There's a grounder to second. Orlando Cabrera make the play. 1 out here in the 8th inning. So that'll bring Upton to the plate, who struck out his first time up against Josh Tomlin, but then singled and flew out to deep center field his last time up. One out here for the Rays in the 8th inning. They've tied it up on an Evan Longoria solo home run. He'll take a strike. B.J. Upton, good friends with the Mets' David Wright. These two grew up playing baseball together. They still stay in touch. As Upton fouls it back, although Upton says that he's the better video game player than David Wright. He says we're still competitive, and said I could dunk on him in basketball. He couldn't dunk, but and I get him in video games too.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Ball players are competitive, aren't they? They got to win. Got to win at everything.
No matter what it is. Upton a strikeout victim. 2 outs here in the 8th inning. 4th strikeout tonight for Indians pitching. First one for Vinny Pastano.
Elevates the fastball here with 2 strikes and just throws it by him, and that's a pretty good location. Upton swings through it. He knows he swings at a ball. Tough to lay off of, though. So the second out of the inning.
That'll bring Casey Kochman to the plate. 1 for 3 with a double. First pitch swinging, foul ball into the seats. Casey Kochman, another guy that's been around, but having a pretty good start to the year this year with that .354 average. Kochman lays off that one, 2-1 now. So after giving up the leadoff homer to Longoria here in the 8th inning, Pistano trying to get the next 3 Rays in order. Now 2-2. Looking ahead to the 8th inning, it'll be Laporta, Hanahan, and Sizemore for the Tribe. Little number to short. Asdrubal on the run. Got him by a step. Nice play by Asdrubal Cabrera. And the Rays are done here in the top half of the 8th inning, but they tie it up on the Evan Longoria home run. Bottom of the 8th inning coming up next. Tied once again at Progressive Field. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, tied at 4. Peralta will stay in. Pitching for the Rays here. He'll face hitters 8, 9, and 1. Laporta, Hanahan, and Sizemore. Matt Laporta 0 for 1 with a couple of walks and a run scored back in the 6th inning.
Well, Peralta came in and got a big double play ball for Tampa. Boy, he got out of that inning, did not allow the Indians to score for a beautiful executed hit and run. They come in, tie the game up on one swing of the bat.
Laporta hits that one hard to center field. Upton going back, and he'll watch it go off the wall. Laporta around first on his way to second, and he'll hang out there as B.J. Upton quickly got it in after a funny bounce off the wall. But a leadoff double for Matt Laporta here in the 8th inning.
Boy, he smoked that ball. Hit it a long way. Boy, ball down the middle. Stayed back on it nicely. Gets it over the head of Upton and hits the base of the wall. And it ricochets past Upton. And as Matt Laporta picked it up, he said, okay, I'm right there. Upton, a very good center fielder, plays shallow. But that ball off the wall, ricochets past, but the leadoff man aboard.
And now Jack Hanahan 0 for 1 tonight with a couple of walks. He also scored a run back in the 6th inning. Longoria is in on the infield grass, anticipating a bunt here. Hanahan just got it back in time.
Well, that's the key. When you get into a bunt situation, you're sacrificing. The key is bunting strikes. Make sure that pitcher throws strikes. Don't help him out.
There's Laporta at second.
And with Matt Laporta not being a very fast runner, you want to bunt it and make the third baseman field it. Peralta coming off the mound, he's going to fall to first base. So just force third baseman Longoria to field the ball.
Swinging away that time was Hanahan.
Well, sometimes when that pitcher misses the first pitch, you figure, okay, they may throw him a cookie, another fastball, and let him get the job done, and that's what the chance you take. But he fouled it off, swung through it.
Indians only 1 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position. They've hit the ball on the ground 7 times into 3 double plays. Hanahan with the bunt, and Longoria has to play it out of bounds. So get the job done. Hanahan sacrifices. He's out at first base, but now at third with 1 out is Matt Laporta.
Well, there you go.
And let's take a look at tonight's box score, brought to you by your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers. Introducing the Hyundai Assurance Trade-In Value Guarantee. See your Hyundai dealer for details. Asdrubal Cabrera, the leading hitter tonight for the Tribe. He's 3 for 4. Solo home runs by Sizemore and Brandley. And Grady's coming to the plate here with the runner on third and 1 out.
Pinch runner, too, for Laporta at third base. Adam Everett goes into the ball game, get a little more speed. The infield will come in again. Little meeting in the mound. Shoppett goes out to talk to Peralta. Longoria in there.
Well, we've seen a little bit of everything tonight. Had a weather delay of 95 minutes before we started this one. Seen solo home runs, solid hit and runs, and some good situations. Fun for the fans to watch. And now another one here for Sizemore. He'll take a pitch outside for a ball. Grady in his career is 2 for 5 against Peralta with a double.
Well, any way you can find a way to get him in from third base. They're 0 for 3 tonight with less than 2 outs in that situation.
Sizemore hits that one to first, and that will not get it done. So Kochman tags the runner. Sizemore is out number 2, and that'll leave Everett at third base for Asdrubal Cabrera. Well, Asdrubal's had 3 hits tonight. And a 4th here would be huge. Asdrubal checks his swing, but not in time. Says third base umpire Dan Iasani, to the dismay of the Progressive Field faithful.
Boy, a couple of times tonight they call it, and you don't think so. You've seen worse that weren't called, but they do that time. It's all right as long as it's not your third one. If it's strike one, you don't mind.
And Cabrera, a grounder to first. Kochman will flip to Peralta covering, and the Rays get out of it. So the Indians get a runner to third with 1 out, but can't score. We'll go to the 9th, tied at 4.
Coming on to the top half of the ninth now in a tie ball game. Chris for the 17th time. Adam Everett stays in the games, goes to third base. Jack Hanahan goes from third base over to first base.
And Chris Perez will see the bottom third of the Tampa order. Sean Rodriguez, Dan Johnson, Kelly Shopik, the scheduled hitters. And first up, a pinch hitter for Rodriguez. It's Johnny Damon. And he looks at strike one. Johnny Damon was just given the night off. Rays were off yesterday, so Joe Madden wanted to give a couple of days off to the veteran Damon. So he's a pinch hitter here in the ninth inning. Damon came over in the offseason with the Tigers last year. And Chris Perez gets ahead of him 1-2. Johnny Damon 1 for 4 in his career against Perez. Foul tip, and Santana can't hold on. And the count remains 1-2.
Well, Tampa was looking for some stability. They wanted to sign a couple of veterans. They signed him in the offseason. Also Manny Ramirez, of course, which we all know has been released because of the second time he's been on the steroids. He didn't want to suffer that 100-game suspension, so he retires. But Johnny Damon picked it back up after Manny left and has helped this Tampa offense. You know, he's a guy that's been around. He's been a winner no matter where he goes.
And now he works the count full, and he's hit 5 home runs this year as well. So, there's been the last couple, 3 seasons people have said, Rick, that they thought Johnny Damon was through, but
yeah,
he keeps coming back and playing pretty well. And he works the leadoff walk. And there was an exciting finish in Baltimore. For details on that, let's go back to our STO update desk and Dave Chudowski.
Boy, you're right about that, Alex. The Mariners coming here this weekend, but watch this. In the 13th inning, after Seattle took the lead in the top half, it's 6-6. Matt Wieters the single. Play at the plate. Felix P.A. is safe. O's win 7-6 and 13.
All right, Dave. Here it's 4-all in the 9th inning. And Dan Johnson, who's 0 for 3 tonight's at the plate with Johnny Damon on first. Nobody out. And quickly 0-2 to Dan Johnson. There's Johnny Damon at first, who worked that leadoff walk. And he's going.
Boy, what a jump. Not even close. And he pay attention to him.
No throw. He steals second base.
Man, that is, Damon in his career, as a base steal, if you don't pay attention to him, he's going to be off and running, and not even a chance for Santana back there.
So Johnson is out on strikes, 1 out.
Look at that jump.
And now Kelly Shopik to the plate. The 5th strikeout for Indians pitching. Strike 1 to Shopik, who had a pinch hit single back in the 7th inning. Pinch hit RBI single to make the game 4-3. Shopik hits that one high in the air to center field. Sizemore going back, but he'll have room. Damon tagging. He'll go to third. But there are 2 outs now here in the 9th inning. So Damon in third now with 2 away, and we'll go back to the top of the order and Sam Fuld, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Rays with 4 runs on 8 hits. Indians 4 runs on 9 hits. No errors tonight for either side. Both teams have struggled tonight with runners in scoring position. Tampa 1 for 9. That was the pinch hit single by Shopik. Cleveland 1 for 13. For the game, that's 2 for 22, both these teams here tonight. So the pitching has come through when it's had to. And there's a fly ball to left. That one slicing towards the line. Brantley going over, and he'll have room and make the catch. So Chris Perez gets out of it here in the 9th inning after the leadoff walk to Damon. We'll go to the bottom half, tied at 4. And the Indians looking for a little last at bat magic once again as Reed Brignac is into the game to play shortstop. He'll replace Johnny Damon, who pinch hit for Sean Rodriguez in the top half of this inning. Peralta stays in the game. He'll face Chu, Santana, and Hafner. The heart of the order for the Tribe here in the bottom of the 9th. There's a ball to Chu, who showed bunt.
Well, I can't remember seeing Chu bunt. You know, I don't know if he ever has a bunt. He may be just trying to bring the third baseman in.
Yeah, most likely taken all the way and just giving the Rays something to think about. Two and 0 to Chu. Don't forget to stay tuned after the game for the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care postgame show right here on STO. Conrad's, home of the lowest everyday tire price guarantee. And following that, Chuck Galletti and Chuck's last call. Plenty still to give you tonight here on STO. Three and 0 to Chu. Carlos Santana on deck. Now, obviously, he wants to be careful to Chu, Rick, but I don't think he wants to walk him.
No, well, they've walked 8 guys tonight, so, and, you know, it really hasn't hurt him a lot. 2 have scored, but no, you don't want to walk a guy. You don't want to walk the leadoff hitter and going into the bottom of the 9th inning by any means.
And that's ball 4. Off the glove of Shopik. Or was that, no, he caught the ball. That was a piece of his, that was the thumb pad in his glove that ricocheted away. There you see it. He has that finger pad on. That's what came off, not the ball.
Walk number 9.
Let's take a look at this again.
I thought it was the ball. I honestly did. That he knocks the glove off the. Look at him. It knocks his thumb out of that hole, and it just, that padding flies out.
It's the fake out. If you're on base, you think it's a ball. So the Indians get their leadoff batter aboard here in the 9th inning for Carlos Santana. 0 for 2 tonight with a couple of walks. First time he's ever faced Peralta. Ball 1 to Carlos Santana. Longoria is on the infield grass at third.
Well, there's no bunt here.
No, I wouldn't think so.
No, no way. But you almost have to take a strike. Now it's 5 straight.
Just took a couple of steps back. We'll see where he plays here. He's even with the bag at the moment. There's Chu at first. Ball 2 as Longoria came in a couple of steps again, but
yeah, you don't help him out here. You take a strike. He hasn't been in the zone this inning, and they're complaining about the strike zone there. There's a lot of close pitches. He's saying, where was it? Kyle Farnsworth up and throwing for them. He's actually their closer.
He's been very good this year for Tampa as well. But it's 2-0 to Santana. And there's a strike.
Man, he's taking all away, making him get in the strike zone. It's smart.
Chu led off with a walk. He's at first. And now a 2-1 count to Tribe catcher Carlos Santana. As the Indians try to win their 14th straight at home.
And their 4th straight in their last at bat in this building. Comes back with a breaking ball, 3-1, right into the zone. It's amazing how they can't find it the first 2 pitches, then all of a sudden it's back.
So now 2-2 to Santana as Peralta has battled back here in the count. Santana wastes that pitch as he fouls it into the upper deck. Indians have never trailed tonight. It's been tied 3 different times. Indians led 1-0, 2-1, and 4-2. There goes Chu. Santana hits it hard, and Chu stopped, and now we'll go to second, round it, and head to third. Here's the throw. Chu safe at third base. Indians with runners at the corners. Nobody out in the 9th.
Well, Santana made sure he tried to get after that ball, made Chu stop. As that let that ball get past him, and it made it awfully difficult for him. He had to really hustle to get to third base. But he does. He forced the throw. Joyce out in right field. You see, he was breaking back. Did he start running and stop?
Yeah.
And I mean, he stopped and looked back, and boy, he had a tough time going. I thought the ball had to get in front of him. It didn't. He was taken off and then stopped all of a sudden on the full count. So good thing Santana's ball found a hole. And now the Indians with an opportunity to win this ball game. Nobody out, but they have not had any success. They're going to walk Hafner, put the bases loaded with nobody out, and we'll see if big Farnsworth comes in.
Orlando Cabrera is on deck as the Indians look for a little ninth inning magic once again.
Boy, oh boy, their 10th walk.
And this is the first of the intentional variety tonight. And that's the second walk drawn by Hafner. So that will load the bases with nobody out here in the ninth inning. For Orlando Cabrera. And Madden will come to the mound and make the call. So he'll bring in Farnsworth to face the right-hander, Orlando Cabrera. So we'll take a break. Tie game in the ninth. Bases loaded. Nobody out. We're back after this.
Well, Farnsworth, you can see he has 7 saves out of 8 opportunities, and it will be a total save if he can get out of this. Bases loaded, nobody out. Appearing for the 16th time, coming in relief of Peralta, who had his problems. Walked the first guy, base hit by Santana. After the first and third, they intentionally walked Hafner, bring in Kyle Farnsworth to try and get out of this thing. He's going to face Orlando Cabrera. They're going to come in, and they brought Fold into the out of the ball game, and they're going to go with a 5-man infield.
Yeah, they're coming with Elliott Johnson to replace Fold.
Okay, there's Johnson. Look, they're saying nothing over your head. Come on in. You have to. The game's over. 5 guys on the infield to try and take a little chopper that goes through. 2 in the outfield. And yeah, this is another. They're going to take the chance. If it's hit on the ground, they got to come home with it. Cut off the winning run.
Orlando Cabrera did it against Detroit in extra innings, swinging at the first pitch. And he hits that one out of play. So here in the ninth inning, Orlando Cabrera will try to be the hero once again. As the game is tied at 4, bases loaded, nobody out in the ninth. Cabrera is 7 for 17 in his career against Farnsworth. And he hits that one on the ground. Grabbed by the shortstop. Throw home. There's one and no other play. And that was Brignac that made that play. Had a leap and grab it on one hop. Cut down the runner at the plate. So the bases remain loaded, but now there's one out.
How about that? Over in the corner. That's your shortstop. It almost gets over his glove. He just came in for defense. He fields it cleanly. Shopik looking at third. I don't know if he wanted to go to first, but no play there. You see Santana gets to third base. but they do get a big first out. They'll remain with 5 infielders.
And Michael Brantley now the batter. Brantley with a home run back in the 4th inning. He singled in the 6th. And he takes strike 1 here from Kyle Farnsworth. Are you surprised to stay with 5 infielders with 1 out?
No, not at all. I mean, that's what got them their first out because of that structure. They're going to do the same thing. Now, when you get to 2, then you go back to probably, the normal defense.
And Brantley fouls that one away, so it's 0-2.
Nice little cutter on the hands after a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So he's in the driver's seat here. And boy, Santana at third base, you got to be aware. Anything around the dirt, this guy throws hard.
There's a look at the base runners. They're loaded in the 9th with 1 out, but now 2 strikes to Michael Brantley. And Adam Everett, who pinch ran for Matt Laporta, is on deck. One and 2 to Brantley.
Good pitch. He wasn't going to let Michael extend the hands. He threw a good fastball.
Now the 1-2. That's inside. 2 and 2 now.
Yeah, Michael never seems, down when even when he has 2 strikes. He's a comfortable guy in the dish or in the batter's box with 2 strikes.
Fans on their feet. 13,551 tonight. As Michael Brantley calls time. The 2-2 to Michael Brantley. Inside again, nearly hit him. And the count goes full.
Well, there you go. He's got to come to Papa and throw a strike. He tries to get him that breaking ball inside. He's got to throw a strike here.
No more room for error for Kyle Farnsworth. Fans come alive. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball 4. Game over. The magic continues. A walk-off walk for Michael Brantley. Indians win 5-4.
Yeah, rarely do you see it. They had 1 hit in the inning. And then the walk, and it was 11 walks on the day, and the walk finally came back to bite him.
So the Indians, who struggled with runners in scoring position all night, they were 1 for 14. And this was after Brantley had 2 strikes out.
0-2 walk. Yeah, that is big. So the Indians continue their dominance at home. Good ball game.
Their 14th straight win, and the Indians get the victory tonight over the Tampa Bay Rays in the opening game of this 3-game series. Time now for tonight's play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank. Thank you for making KeyBank the #1 bank in Northeast Ohio.
Well, you just saw the pitch, a full count, 3-2. Farnsworth didn't go with the fastball. He ended up walking him. In comes Santana, the only guy that had a hit in the inning. So that'll be our KeyBank key play of the game.
The Indians winners of 14 straight here at home. Kansas City lost earlier, so the Tribe will gain a game on the Royals in the American League Central. We'll take a break. Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care postgame show coming up. But up next, Dave Chudowski from our STO update desk.